Okay. Before beginning today, 1 second, as I double check everything, make sure everything is functioning. Why are you not operating? Lovely. Right when we fucking start. Okay, everybody. I'm just gonna restart this real quick. First, my Viato is currently not reacting because apparently I jostled my microphone just the right way so that it's no longer recognizing it. There we go. Okay, now it's working. Lovely. So that was working. Hello, Grim. Thank you for the self-care. Right side Yanni's coming through nice and clean. That's wonderful. Now to make sure that their audio is coming through nice and clean. Wait. Before you guys start skibbying all over the place, I actually have to unmute you first.
We have to do the barbershop quartet. Hello.
Hello.
Skip it up, bop, boom, bop.
Give it up.
Graham, is everybody audible?
Audible.com or sponsor
I
for
wish
today.
they would sponsor me. I wish I wish
20% off.
Barbershop Skibidi got. Yeah, I take that as being if people can hear. Yeah, wonderful.
Yes.
I
One of
wish
these
Audible
days.
would sponsor me, and I didn't just get a bunch of offers from really shady mobile games. Does that actually take them
Raid
up?
Shadow one.
Does that?
Do not.
Are we including Raid Shadow Legends in the equation, or?
As in, do we consider them shady mobile games? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. We're gonna try and run it back one more time without it being too awkward. Because last time we spent half an hour me talking into the void while everybody's lips flapped and nobody could be heard. Meanwhile, Mallory's player, that being Sully, is currently not here today. She is currently dealing with facing her fears. Boot camp, which apparently includes climbing to high places, which she apparently doesn't enjoy.
Oh no.
Which is weird because she really had fun on the plane. Huh.
Maybe it's because she can't see below her. Anyway, I patched Mecha Champions lived last night. Got Doomlight proper. I've seen like some of the new stuff they've added to Super Mecha Champions. It's interesting.
It was fun. They added like a little cat girl mech suit. It's very weird.
They got a grappling cat. They got pets now. And yet for some reason it's still like every lobby is about like 90% bots, which is a shame.
Yeah.
I think it's because we're not playing on the Korean servers. You're playing on the global servers. Anyway, so that will explain the absence of Mallory from today's session, who last time left off gazing into the harbor, where he had spotted a distant cousin of his.
Oh no, not a distant one.
Infamous Brightbeard.
They're
Infamous.
cousins?
In and out of... Yes, they are in fact cousins. Distantly so, but Brightbeard is, as a matter of fact, from the late Caspond theocracy. He was an Asimar who separated himself from the government there, working as a privateer, but not agreeing with any single duchy, any particular duchy's way of ruling things. Instead, he would pillage, plunder, and slaughter in the name of the Lady of Light, spreading the Caspon theocracy's teachings, specifically that of Asimar supremacy.
God.
Yeah. So he's a very cheery fellow. Is he nice?
He's a very good
Definitely
guy.
not. As can be seen from his massive ship bristling with harpoons and spiked lances and other tools of forced boarding.
Lances.
No, not used for forced boarding. They're used for fishing, 100%.
They're used for hugs.
Yeah, for the friendship boarding. Or don't you know your own warfare? No.
He has a very particular method of hugging his enemies.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Typically, it tends to be a very spiky hug, very bristly. But it's not a crime if you're doing it to the heretics. That's exactly his mentality. Basically, if he's doing it to acceptable targets, it's not a war crime. Yeah.
If you told this man to go pillage an enemy nation, he'd interrupt you mid-sentence and just shout the equivalent of Deus Vult.
He would, like, the only question he would have
Enemy. You go.
It's like, yeah, it's like enemy nation. That's an oxymoron. Sorry, no, that's not an oxymoron. That's a tautology. The only question he would have for you is, is there anything particular you'd like him to bring back? Because when it comes to him, he's infamous for his slash and burn tactics, and for never taking prisoners.
Except that one time he wasn't going to take us for prisoners.
Oh, he was going to take you guys prisoners because you were friends of Mallory's. He was going to make an exception for you all. Now, the problem with that is, he doesn't have a lot of practice keeping prisoners. So it wouldn't have been exactly pleasant. It wouldn't have been a play date.
Imagine if that campaign ended with us actually, like, fucking just working under him and shit.
I don't think that would have happened. For a multitude of reasons. Mostly because you guys aren't ASMR.
That's true.
He wouldn't
also,
have...
I was about to blow our chip up as well. I was literally putting the powder.
I was sweating like mad because I was like, he's gonna come up onto that deck and he's be hefting a gunpowder barrel over his head, and there are bullets flying through the air. If a bullet hits him or the barrel, that could very well just mean he blows up. How the fuck do I deal with this?
Yeah, I blow up, the ship blows up. Originally my intention was to put all the gunpowder barrels, because he had harpooned us and pulled us in. And I was gonna load up all the gunpowder barrels down below deck and just blast both our ships apart.
That was gonna end poorly, wasn't it?
Oh, it was gonna end exceedingly poorly. Like, the campaign would have ended on that note anyway.
Damn.
I do not. And this is part of the reasons why I shed no tears about the campaign ending at that point, because I'll admit it, I'd kind of written myself into a corner, because either you guys would have been taken prisoners, you would have been killed, or you would have ended up killing yourselves.
That sounds about right.
And I think that was also like originally Flick's like first session with the party.
It was the first session that involved a combat encounter, and he was there for like half a session the previous one where he got introduced when you guys were on Haven. And you guys got a navigator, and you had hijacked Redmane's ship, and so you sailed out, and then I rolled the random encounter table, and lo and behold, here comes the worst possible situation besides running into Barafucius, which was running into Brightbeard. The only reason that Brightbeard is a slightly better alternative is because Barafucius has no ties to any of you and would not have taken any of you prisoner. He would have left you floating on shipwreck. Like, he would have left you guys floating on driftwood. He wouldn't have executed you outright. He would have taken a sick pleasure in just kind of blowing your ship up and leaving you to float off into the Korok Sea.
Was it very nice fellow, I'd say.
Barafucius is known as the frigid pirate lord for a reason.
Brightbeard
has a very different personality and is known for being very lugubrious, very extroverted, and very bombastic. Emphasis on bomb.
Theophrastus bombast.
Yeah. I would say, if the title had not already been claimed by somebody else in the multiverse, if there was a person who ever qualified for the title His Blazing Eminence,
oh my god,
Brightbeard might qualify pretty well.
Yeah.
Only he doesn't have blue flames, he has golden flames.
From his face.
From his face and his eyebrows. Think like a golden burning version of Endeavor, but without the character redemption.
Yeah, I could see it.
Think Endeavor, Golden Flames, in pirate getup.
The average One Piece character.
Damn.
Average One Piece character. only if he has a massively distorted upper body, has skipped every leg day ever, and has a very ugly face.
Well, in the case of
it looks like a comic book character.
Well, here's the thing: for One Piece physiology, it doesn't necessarily need to just be an exaggerated upper body. It just needs to be an exaggerated silhouette of some kind. So yeah,
that's fair.
So campaign ends with an early TPK. Either invoke Time Loot because of Entity, or congratulations, the party is now at Tillenbed's excellent planar trek until they're of an appropriate level. I don't think I would exactly want to take things quite that flippy just yet. Start introducing multiversal and time travel, and things get weird.
I've been there.
So ad is running. So Grim probably never
Yeah.
hear me say
I
that.
was about to say that's one of the things I don't want to do when I DM is introduce that shit because then it gets to like headache inducing levels of like timey-wimey spacey way
Whoa,
shit.
whoa.
Yeah,
And-
timey-wimey bullshit is a very fine line.
And we're back.
So
Yeah,
tell me,
Grim, basically,
how-
we were just discussing it for that minute while the ad was up, basically. That might have been a solution, not one I would have wanted to go to, because especially at lower levels, introducing time travel or planar travel of any sort always distorts things. There's a reason why I know a lot of GMs who just straight up say, I don't do plane shift in my games, because as soon as you open up plane shift as a spell, suddenly it stops being about the world you made or the world you're running in, and it starts being a world hopping adventure if you allow it to happen. Now, some parties understand that that's not necessarily what they're there for, so they don't tend to do that. Other parties just take things straight off the rails. Now, to be fair, party wants to do that, perfectly fine. It can be kind of frustrating as a GM if you have a narrative written up and suddenly all everybody wants to do is jump across planes.
What I'm hearing is right now, though,
hard thing to balance.
I should include timey-wimey bullshit in Astrolabe. Is what I'm hearing. Anyway.
Please do.
If you wanna
The
give
difference
yourself
with that is you're actually in space where like gravity is weird, and the thing about like gravity directly affects how time flows, or at least how it's perceived to flow. So I can actually understand some time warping. Actual time travel, be a little on the high end.
I'm just saying, be careful if you get close to a black hole. Is all I'm going to tell you.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Interstellar earlier.
Anyways.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
Grim.
before we get off track.
If your browser is eating the Twitch ads, that means I don't have to worry about you hearing what we say. See, okay, one last thing before we get started. That's the thing, Grim. When it comes to like time-space stuff, if I do allow that kind of thing, I might go by like previous edition rules. Every time you do anything that like deals with space-time, it makes you advance in age because it starts eating your personal time. I believe before casting Time Stop aged the caster by about 10 years.
Holy shit.
Casting Haste made the target age by a year each time it was cast on them. Using Gate aged the caster by about 20 years.
Wow.
This is part of the reason why a lot of wizards back then were graybeards, and why a lot of wizards tend to be elves, because they could take the lifespan reduction much easier than human wizards could. Let's see. Dimension Door would age you by a year each time you cast it. And basically, anytime you ripped a hole in space-time fabrics, it caused you to lose a bit of your personal time. Oh, and also because second edition had System Shock. If you did that, there was a chance that if you failed what was basically a fortitude save equivalent back then, you could just straight up die.
Oh.
Because you would go through shock. You would go into shock because your system couldn't handle the sudden. Now, technically, like if the target or the caster was prepared for it, they could circumvent the save. But if you like cast haste on somebody without warning and they weren't prepared for it, it could send them into shock and cause them to die from like a heart attack.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's scary.
When I say early editions were lethal, I am not fucking around.
Yeah, I can see. I can see that.
Yeah, I was about to say, just pull a Stephen King on them and make it so when they go back in time, they're immediately targeted by monsters. Or I don't know, the Vex from Destiny, either way.
Yeah, I'm thinking of some like Hounds of Tyndalos type of bullshit.
Hounds of Tyndalos, Langoliers, Vex.
Anyway, so, I believe the previous session, God, it's so nice to be able to just have people heard and have a conversation. That seemed like an insane person.
Schizo Quest.
Quest's madness arc continues somehow.
I took my meds, guys.
Meds.
Take
So-
your meds.
Everybody take your meds. The last time we picked up, and what we did last time, was we celebrated the fact that Karya and Vair had returned from being comatose after their tampering in the spa/bathhouse. which Arya woke up to find that Siren had been braiding his hair and weaving little flowers into it.
Yeah.
Would those two like to do a repeat of that? Since I don't think anyone heard.
I mean, we can.
If you wish.
You don't have to. I was just saying.
I
can also just
honestly-
give a recap.
That's fair.
the recap's probably a good idea.
Yeah, might be a bit awkward to try and retread the steps. Also, Vair making
That's fair.
a sort of joking, snide little comment to Sirin as he closed the door behind him, as Karya went to go check the post office.
Yes.
Yes,
No one heard it, but it
nobody
was also.
they heard me,
Yeah.
but nobody heard the response, which is a shame. So, Siren then set up shop on a street corner, where she then provided therapy for a man who was drunk on a weekday afternoon, which eventually resulted in talking about all of his insecurities, his upbringing, venting about his parents and how he's mostly just run into a dead end in his life, and is been reduced to a sobbing mess as he's finally found a sympathetic ear to speak into. He's apparently a bit of an emotional drunk.
Yeah. Siren was doing her best to be like a self-help coach, I guess.
It's like what's her name? The girl from Charlie Brown from Peanuts. The doctor is in.
Yes.
So yeah. Arya and Vair went off to go check the post office. I think I need a bit of a refresher for what Shaiko, Holo, Vark, and Flick were doing. Shaiko, why don't you start?
What were we doing?
Yeah, that's now for once I actually lost what the plot was.
You guys had just finished up being at the Magical Institute.
Yeah, yes, I remember that. But I don't think I really had any plans for after that besides scribing those scrolls down into my spell book.
Which is going to
That I've already paid for, by the way.
Yep.
I already subtracted all the costs. Put them in. Yeah, I've already put them in my. For the sake of just having them in there, I put them in my spell book already. Let's need to actually,
Take the So would you say that Shaiko would make her way back to the inn and just start copying these into her book?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. In that case, Holo.
I guess right now since I got most of my shopping done. I bought all the ingredients I needed earlier and stuff like that. I'm just hanging out with everyone right now.
Okay. So you're basically going where everybody else is going.
Yep.
All right. Vark.
Well, after our little conversation on DMs, before last session, having been at the academy, I would very much like to inquire about my dear mentor.
Okay. Basically, Vark, after this whole interesting conversation that Shaiko had with the receptionist about the last known whereabouts about her distantly related grandmother, step-grandmother, foster grandmother. Vark, like, 1 foot out the door, once more greeted by the sounds of the festival, remembered that, wait, no, this is Lydia's alma mater. This is her old school. So turns around and goes to inquire. Okay. And lastly, Flick. What were you hoping to do today?
Flick, I know, was
Maybe
interested in looking for somewhere to gamble,
Right. Yes.
but obviously not taking a whole lot of gold with him. I think I mentioned he was taking like 1,500 or so.
You were making sure to budget.
Yeah.
Your chance at a gambling, at a little gambling stint has been long overdue.
Yeah, he's feeling deviously lucky, but to an extent.
Okay. So Chico heads back to the inn room to go scribe some stuff into her spell book, and so I guess parts from the group for the time being. While Hollow, Vark, and Mitra find themselves still in the lobby of the Institute of Magic, the Rosino Institute of Magic. Mitra looks thoroughly out of place, just a little bit uncomfortable, so she tends to kind of stick close to you two. But Vark, how do you want to start inquiring? You gonna go to the same receptionist that that Chico had consulted with?
Seems the most prudent, yeah.
Okay. Well,
more reason not to.
You approach, and same as before, it's a familiar face. I've neglected to re-mention that. Miss Deminova Bartleby.
Yep.
As she has previously explained, she got called in here on basically a favor, as with many Rosino mages, is her old school. And while she doesn't, most of her obligations are towards the society, she still finds herself occasionally getting pulled in for things like, like the annual festival of magic, to drum up support and recruitment and funding. She, once more, like one hand coming up to bring the brim of her hat out of her way, the backside of the brim sort of draping across her back, almost like a shoulder cape. Her big puffy red braids bobbing in the air next to her ears. She looks up through big, thick Coke bottle glasses and says, "Right, Vark, our newest member."
Quite so. And I bother her.
Welcome to the society. It's good to have a new member. Here you've taken up a relatively obscure topic of study. It's your specialization.
You could say that, yes. It is a study that I figured is close to heart, given my current company.
I often find that's typically the best line of inquiry to specialize in. It's that which is most personal and often most beneficial to you. I will say, though, your particular line of work has a bit of a reputation in the society. Not a bad one. People involved, mind you, just it tends to be regarded as a bit ill-fated. You probably understand why.
I absolutely do, yes.
Be careful out there. And I wish you more success than your predecessors. Now,
I won't make any promises, but I will try.
I can't expect more. Now, I see by the look in your eye, you're not here to talk about your specialization.
Quite so. I am not sure if you are aware of my connections. Well, no, you are aware of my connections to
I am, yes.
Lydia. Correct, yes.
I understand you've gained access to her tower.
Yes, that is correct, yes.
Congratulations.
And I find myself interested in researching more about this illustrious person I have become acquainted with.
Well, then,
So,
you've come to the correct place, because there are
Exactly.
quite a few records related to her.
the question becomes, what can you share with me?
as you are neither a student nor a member in good standing nor a member in high standing with the Rosino Institute of Magic, I can only disclose so much to you. You are, however, considered next of kin. That gives you considerably more access than most people. So I can share, I can disclose things like previously unfinished projects. I can share things like her student history, her what do you call it? Her report record, her grade record. I can share previous dissertations, published works. You even have the privilege of picking up any of the magical items she's made here that are still being stored within the university, within the institute. As I understand it, not many of them were left behind. It's a tradition here when somebody is each time a student is meant to progress past a bracket of seniority, so apprentice to journeyman, journeyman to master, master to grandmaster. They are expected to make a what's the word? They're expected to take up a project, fulfill it, and then submit that, and then have it, and then defend it before the council. This can be anything from a crafted magical item to a paper or dissertation of some sort. It can even be a larger undertaking. As I understand, her first project that she undertook or was part of in her transition from apprentice to journeyman was a excursion into a druidic forest to the north. She then, she seems to take a quill, tap it to a lip where a little bit of the ink stains it. She thinks, yeah, I think I didn't dig into it much, but I think, does the name Mendez ring a bell?
Vaguely.
Yeah, apparently she had something of a running feud. She had one thing I can share with you is she had a reputation for being firebrand here in the university. She was known for being very ill-tempered and very hot-headed and impulsive. Apparently she came storming back at one point during her project, screaming something about that damn druid. People, I wasn't even alive when this happened, but I've had some of the faculty tell me the story about how she shut herself off in her room for something like 2 weeks, apparently hatching some sort of plan to get even with him. Yeah. Let's see. As she then pulls her hat off of her head, takes a wand out of her boot of all things, pushes it around in a circle, taps the brim, puts the wand back into her boot, reaches a hand into the hat, and then pulls out a thick ledger. And on the spine, in what you recognize to be Rosine in common, is in trailing cursive. It's what do you call it? The name the words Lydia Vasnaya. I believe this is what we've got of her student record up until she hit up until she hit late journeyman, after which she stopped submitting reports. After a certain point, you're not expected to regularly check back. As you gain seniority within the Institute, it's generally understood you spend more and more time cloistered away in your studies. If not, usually you're somewhere far afield. Except in the cases of those who stick around for the long term and really put their lives into the university, she indicates outside, where you see the veritable dozens of wizards putting on magic shows and acts and recruitment drives. Cracks open the binder on the table and begins leafing through it. Okay, well, we got a fair amount of information here. Is there anything in particular you'd like to know?
There's a lot.
I imagine you probably got quite a few questions about her past.
Quite so. Suppose it would be a bit unbecoming to ask for a copy. Yes.
It would be hard to sort out on short notice.
Is it impossible?
Not impossible. But I don't imagine... How long do you intend to be here in the city?
Not for long, admittedly. We plan to leave in the next couple of days, at best.
Even if I were to start right now, it would take me a couple days to make a full bound copy. Is there some place you intend to be within the next few days that you know you're going to be?
Out of character, attend to the party. Where the fuck are we heading again?
That's a damn good question. We haven't really gotten.
We haven't made a decision.
Don't we have to report back to the king?
Yeah, I thought we were going back to Normandy.
We were talking about going there. I don't remember. I ask this every session because I always forget. I know that there was talk of going to see Lydia's family home.
That's down in
But
Naya.
that's
That's
it's down like
Naya.
Naya. Yeah.
But it's a bit
Who's
out of
all
the way.
Right here?
Yeah, a bit out of the way.
So theoretically, I guess Lorbus. Unless we change it.
Yeah.
Just gonna pin it down now and say in character again. We are meant to head back to Lorbus in a couple of days. For an audience.
Well, you're gonna be there sometime, say, within the next week. You could go about magically copying this and have a bound, like, manuscript sent over via courier sometime in the next week. As long as you're
work.
as long as you're within the capital city, you should be able to pick it up at the post office there.
Will this courier be able to find me?
I'll say it's meant for Vark the Beloved, or Beloved Vark. You introduce yourself at the what do you call it? You introduce yourself at the post office. Is there some? We could always arrange some sort of a form of identification. You have your compass loge. Your horologe, I mean, you have that, so you could use that. We could use that. I could tell them to look for you, and they give them a general description and say that you'll be holding a recognizable compass.
He nods.
Okay, get that sorted out. Put on your tab at the society.
Thank you kindly. Now, adventuring folks are always in search of magical items. You mentioned them as well.
I did. I also said that there might not be much left. Most items that those moving up the ranks here, or graduating within the Institute, make as their projects don't tend to be particularly creative or even useful. You may have seen some of the stuff being sold out, like, out in the square. That's... yeah. Most of it's junk. Some make the equivalent, the magical equivalent of, like, baking soda volcanoes with, like, filters of love and potions of haste and otherwise generally pretty reproducible things. Some people make very interesting items, but they tend to be quite niche or otherwise just, I'm not going to come out and say it, just straight up useless.
Hold up to blow on the whistle again.
Now, what you should watch out for is anything made during the Crusades, as the wizards that lived and trained in the academy at that time were of a completely different caliber, and typically at least a little damaged as a result of the war. I'd be very careful about anything they've made. Lydia,
Good to know.
was in an interesting position. She was not herself involved with the Crusades at any point. She came up here from Naya after disagreement with her family, signed on with the Academy or with the Institute to gain, as I understand it, safe haven, studied magic, gained power of her own accord, and then cemented herself as an archmage. I can ask if we might be able to, if they have to check if there's anything left over from her time here, anything she may have made that she didn't take with her when she went to go, found her tower. At which point she then takes that same wand from her boot, runs it across the wooden table, where a single blue spark flies off of it, and then slides it back into her boot. In the meantime, while that's happening, would you like to hear any excerpts out of the record?
Absolutely.
Let's have a look here. Let's see. Acquitted herself with distinguishment. Was reprimanded on several occasions. She was apparently a bit of a troublemaker. Go figure. This is interesting. So, she leans over the desk, managing to whisper in a high enough register that it still gets across to you, but it's still kind of dampened by the din of conversation within the hallway, such that you have to kind of strain yourself to hear what she says.
Mm.
So it's kind of an open secret that most mages at some point kind of play God. By which I mean they tend to toy around with natural processes. You're familiar with things like manticores and owlbears, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Those are unfortunately a result of wizardly arcane pursuits. A lot of wizards, a lot of arcane scholars, they want to put their name in the history book. But Lydia, being the consummate overachiever that she was, wanted to take things a step further. Now, Vark, I want you to roll in advance for this. I want you to roll me a knowledge arcana.
Hey.
Well, a knowledge arcana?
Knowledge Arcana indeed.
Kuna Matata.
No. No. No.
What a wonderful phrase.
You know, I could really see you being Timon now that I think about it. Yeah, phrase Kumba in your Timon. Yeah, I can see it.
And Vera is
Yes.
Just one moment. Because I realized I never actually
open
upped
the
my skill ranks upon leveling up.
Oh.
It really just means upping all my skills by one, really. So.
Mhm.
That's one of like the first things I usually do when leveling up. This gets scolded.
No, I don't know. I don't know why I forgot.
You forgore, and that's okay. I'll kill you later for it.
Please do not.
Oh, okay, since you asked nicely, I'll reconsider.
33.
Ooh, a max roll of 6. For a total of 33. Okay.
Oh, shit. Nice.
It is only as a result of rolling over a 30. Which, to be honest, at this point is not difficult for Mark. That you recognize what she brings up next. And she says, how familiar are you with the topic of true naming?
Oh.
Being as you rolled pretty well on that, and I know out of character that you know what true naming is.
Yeah.
You can basically say that anything you would consider to be feasibly studyable from a book without being an actual expert or trained true namer is something Vark would know.
Okay. I am aware of the concept, yes.
Okay, so you're aware of the idea of like the first language and all that.
Yes.
Lydia knew as well. And when she found out about it, like most mages do when they first learn about true naming, they try and immediately throw themselves into it. The problem with that is, it's a lifetime dedication to learn to speak any more than a sentence. Sometimes even just a word. So a lot of them take it up like it's learning a foreign language, as if it was a hobby, burn out their vocal cords for a month, and then drop it. Tends to just be a flight of fancy. We have it every once in a while. Someone gets obsessed with trying to turn the walls into cheese with a word. Instead, end up turning the chair they're sitting on into Swiss cheese. Or sometimes worse things happen. We've actually lost a few people as a result. But there's not much we can do besides... and at this point, we can't really suppress knowledge about true naming without burning books. And we really don't like doing that. That's an erudite thing. So, Lydia understood that the first language doesn't come naturally to most creatures. It's especially difficult for creatures, and creatures that know a lot of languages have an easier time mastering it, because the more you understand linguistics, the easier you can grasp the first language. But still, having a native language, weirdly enough, is one of the greatest blockades towards learning TrueSpeak. So she thought of, well, what if I were to create a creature that is a completely empty vessel for language and knowledge? And then she takes the binder, flips the page over, and then turns it around so you can look into it. And the face that stares back at you
I can't believe it.
She tried to create a avian race capable of true speech.
Oh my fucking god.
I can't
Yes.
believe it.
We now have the lore for. Hello.
It wasn't her.
Thank you. I love your mother, anyways.
Always has been.
So before, I believe it was Sully thought it was some sort of like ancient curse. These people that flew too close to the sun and were turned into these stupid bird things. No, Lydia created an avian race that was so empty of any sort of like preoccupation of knowledge or language that they would become easy receptacles for the knowledge needed to speak the first language. To not exactly resounding success.
Hello.
What if they did
Hello.
succeed and like just had like these small birds going around saying fall, and then just people fucking die.
Birds going around shouting power word kill at everyone.
It was a fucking
You're not completely off.
a fucking swarm of them. Like, look at you.
no.
Hello. A fucking
Oh,
like a cow dies.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Thing is, they speak to a degree the first language. None of you do. You don't actually know what they've been saying this entire time.
Almighty.
They're secretly smarter than all of us. Oh no!
No.
No, they're not.
Wait a
They
minute.
are very specifically not smarter than any of you.
Yeah.
Now wait a second. Wait a second. We
We
did
do
get
not
that one
The
intelligence.
intelligence thing on the bird
No, that's
again.
what I'm saying.
We do
is
not
we
do that.
did- Well, I'm not saying we do. I'm saying we did.
You did. Now imagine what would have happened if you had let it bind to the bird.
You see, knowledge is a brief, fleeting yet powerful thing.
The universe is a
Therefore,
yawning
yeah.
chasm filled with emptiness and the puerile meanderings of sentience.
Okay.
And on that day, the
Hello.
people knew death. Anyways,
Insert Watchman speech.
Death stared at them, and all it said is hello.
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 And death retreated.
Yeah. Varg. Despite Varg's very impassive gaze, you can see that he's disassociating. his gaze like kind of
Deminova
goes distant.
notices that you're getting a sort of like wall-eyed blank look, not unlike the bird staring back at you from the page. And then she brings like very hesitantly, then stretches an arm out like between your gaze and the book on the table, and just kind of waves her hand in front of your face.
He comes back.
Are you? You look like you look like the veteran. You look like one of the veterans we have here. What's wrong with you?
We're familiar with them. Eyelid twitches.
You're. Wait, don't tell me
Hold
you've
on.
actually found one of these in the wild.
Holo Holo is there like close by, right?
One.
Yes.
And he turns to Holo Holo. How
I-
many
I-
were there?
We have two. One's named Bartholomew, and the other one's named Hoopa Hoopa.
There was a swarm of them, right? I think I counted 20 or 30.
Yes. I love them.
I can't believe it.
Oh no.
True speak birds.
She
Oh, no,
just, she
indeed.
brings a hand up to her forehead and says, "Oh my gods, they reproduce. They were supposed to be sterile."
Apparently they're
Oh,
not.
the humanity.
That's
I love them.
I told you to come to this. I was right. The birds are taking over.
God damn it.
Deminova gives you a very serious look and says,
Lydia Hitchcock's the birds.
Hello.
the Deminova fixes you with a very serious look and says, "Did they demonstrate any capacity for true speech?"
No.
Thank the gods. Okay.
They
Last thing
just
we
keep
need to-
repeating a single word.
Okay. What was it?
Hello.
Just fucking
Just
holo from the
do
sidelines.
Holo Holo.
Yeah.
To be fair, that's not entirely true. They have said more than one word after we were there with them extended periods.
No, there was that one
Not
time.
birds.
There was that one time Chico put the headband of intelligence on one of them, and it briefly became sentient.
What?
Oh, I'm not talking about that part though. I'm talking about when it actually spoke to you. I think it said something to you.
No, I was assuming Holo said that in character.
Yeah, Holo Holo said that in character.
I was in reference to the time that it said something other than hello prior to that.
Yes, when it was mimicking you guys.
I feel like I just gave her a heart
You
attack.
gave her an aneurysm just now.
You gave Chico an aneurysm. Here.
I thought Chaco wasn't there though.
She isn't.
You gave her an
In
aneurysm by
the
proximity.
distance, she just was like something happened.
Her tails just stand on end as she's heading back to the inn. Yeah. So Lemonova fixes you with an even like she fixes Holo with the gaze and says,
I didn't think it was a good idea.
More time.
I didn't.
You what?
No. Our friend did it. She said she asked if she could borrow my little headband, and I gave it to her.
Her glasses are like canted in a what do you call it in sort of like in disarray. There's like hanging off her face diagonally. Her hat is like halfway off of her head as she's leaning over the table. She looks you dead in the eye and says, "Say that one more time."
Geico, my friend, asked to borrow it. I didn't know what she was gonna do, and then she put it on top of it. And then she put it on one of the birds.
How long?
Well, I'd say probably like a few seconds, wasn't it?
I think like 5, give or take.
A few seconds.
It had enough to get a couple sentences out, so probably more like 10 seconds.
It was enough for it to say, "Me think, therefore me am."
It had enough time to
that's what it
say.
said.
It had enough time to say, "Me think, therefore I am."
These birds have officially become the nuclear warheads of this world.
Diminova like straightens her back out. So, important thing. You probably know this already, but headbands of intelligence, like any other magically enhancing piece of equipment, take about an hour to bind to a wearer. After that, the effects that it has on the person tends to become a little more permanent and a little bit more ingrained. While it worries me that you gave these otherwise vapid creatures a fleeting sense of sentience, which has its own ethical concerns,
It wasn't my fault.
I should
I did
warn you
one.
that magical awakening of creatures within the Quadrimon is heavily controlled.
Once again, wasn't my.
I understand that, but I need to emphasize these things so that you can pass them on to your allies if need be. Right now, you are my one point of connection to the rest of your group, who have a startling capacity for stumbling into... I don't even know how to describe it. Point being, these otherwise previously thought to be extinct creations of Lydia, which theoretically, if they are able to adapt properly, will be natively fluent in true speech, was given an item that enhanced their intelligence. Mind you, didn't know. I'm very glad you only gave it a few seconds. I will take ripping away a creature's sense of self-being over potentially having a very stupid bird wandering around saying, I don't know, cheese, and turning an entire forest into Pecorino.
That being said, didn't we meet a lady that was cultivating them or something?
Cultivating.
Yeah, we met a lady that was like.
Yeah, it was a guy.
Yeah.
A breeder?
They were hurting them at the very least, yes.
Yeah, there was someone that was hurting them.
Uh-oh.
Did the vein just
Gives
pop
you-
on her forehead?
She gives you a bemused, confused look.
She's gonna fucking die.
This woman's about to start sweating bullets.
There was someone reading them?
Well, maybe not breeding them, but hurting them at least. There
Did
was
you
like
get a
20
look
of
at this
them.
person?
Out of character, she said she worked for the society, yeah?
Yeah. She even gave you
She
her
worked
name.
for... Oh, she didn't give her... Oh.
She even
Okay.
gave you her name.
Oh, what was her name again?
Genevieve.
Yeah,
Oh.
remember? We made that whole joke.
Oh. She works for the society. Her name's Genevieve.
Oh, I'm familiar. Familiar with her. Worked together on previous projects. She's she's a specialist in parafauna.
What a weird thing. Cool.
Well, if she found them and was, I suppose, perhaps trying to herd them in a way to get them back to the Society for Study, that would make sense. It's strange that I haven't heard anything about that, but...
Oh
Okay.
god, they figured out her speech and they turned her into a tree.
Okay, so I'm gonna count my blessings, or our blessings, I should say. You didn't keep the headbutt on the creature for any length of time besides a fleeting moment, or even took it back. So it didn't have enough time or self-awareness to potentially realize its capabilities or foster them. Good. But this previously thought to be extinct creature species of potentially fluent, true-speaking birds has apparently resurfaced in the wild enough that there were flocks of, you said 20 to 30.
Yes.
And that's a ticking time bomb. If these creatures have enough time to evolve, they may one...
Is this the future lore for Kenku or like other like avian races in your world?
No. Kenku already exist.
Oh.
Yeah, they live in the Titan's Arm.
Oh yeah.
They live in the Titan's Arm along with what do you call it? Tengu.
Yeah. Okay,
They
cool.
live up in the mountains. But yeah.
Mountain.
So yeah, this. Okay, I don't. Parafauna is not my area of expertise.
I think it's better to calm down for now.
It's supposed to be a festival. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be fun, Demi.
I don't think they're evil or anything if that makes you feel
I
better.
don't care if they're evil or not. I don't think they have the capacity to have any sort of moral leaning. Sometimes a powerful idiot is far more dangerous than a powerful asshole.
Do you need me to bring you Hoopo Hoopo?
No, keep that away from here. I don't know what kind of reaction it's going to have to being in such a hub of magic. Hell no. Keep that thing away from me.
Well, actually, that is quite dangerous because we do have a very something with a lot of necromancy in it. Holo was just saying this.
Her look gets very distant before then snapping back into focus. You should stop talking.
A lot of people say that.
You're going to give me a headache at this point. What, are you also sitting on a bomb of some sort? Don't answer that.
The necromancy.
Don't answer that.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
rhetorical. Okay. I was not expecting this branch of conversation to get down this road. I thought it was going to be a curiosity I could bring up to Vark about some of the failed projects that his predecessor created. But instead, it's a failed project that somehow resurfaced.
They're cute though.
That's nice. I'm gonna have to report this to society. I'm gonna have to report this to the school. So many people are gonna have to hear about this. Oh, the paperwork. Okay. You know, why don't we go to something else here? She keeps flipping through the book. She turns it back around and keeps flipping.
Just wait till we tell her about Karya. Just whispering that to Var.
Like, while she's still flipping through the book, one finger comes up and points to you, Hollow, and she says, "You have lost speaking privileges."
Okay, and then I'm gonna go back and walk the Mitra.
You no longer hold the stick.
Yeah, Mitra just kind of leans over and goes, "She's kind of mean."
Yeah. Kinda.
Okay, let's find something nice. Say this going over Lydia's past student record. Yeah, let's find something nice and cuddly in here. Let's see. She created a coat of many colors at one point that ended up blinding the headmaster at the time. I recommended for that. She... She was working on a variant of a energy protection spell that was supposed to repel the radiant, or the what do you call it, the positive energy attacks. Supposed to repel the holy flame attacks of the Aerodine Empire. I'm not exactly what that's supposed to mean, but apparently she spent a time working on that and then stopped. Must have lost interest in it. A quick dabble into the topics of endowing items with intelligence. Stopped shortly after that. She was definitely multidisciplinary. Had a lot of things she delved into before she decided on her major. And yeah, and then she settled on conjuration as her main school, and spent a very long time perfecting the art of golem crafting, as well as planar rift studies and looking into different dimensions. Let's see. Apparently, she was working on a gate to the moon, onto Maluna's surface. I don't know where how that worked out.
The moon.
Yes, to the moon. Well, she presupposed that the moon being a solid entity and having a solid surface meant that you could potentially make your way up there. She was working on a teleportation spell that could potentially transport somebody up there. She was also researching the various battery spells that would be necessary for surviving on the surface. She also questioned how one might potentially find themselves on any of the four the elemental demi-moons, but quickly wrote that off as being far too dangerous with far too little reward. After all, one wouldn't want to teleport onto the surface of the moon of fire and potentially directly into a firestorm. There's not actually any knowledge of what happens on the surface of those moons. She intended to find out, at least for a time. She also wanted to see whether or not it was true, well, there's the hypothesis that the demi-moons are themselves portals into the different elemental planes proved true. It says here, results inconclusive. It says here that apparently she started the project on a drunken bet when somebody told her that you can't teleport onto the surface of the moon. Apparently her recorded reply was, I'm going to cut out the slurring here from her speech that is for some reason noted in this. Fuck you, don't tell me what to do.
Yes, that sounds like a...
I'm starting to get a very vivid picture of what she used to be like. So yeah, Lydia most certainly seems like the type to me to try to find a way to teleport oneself onto a lunar surface simply on a dare.
Are there any notes about her lemon orchard?
Lemon orchard. Yes, I did mention Mendez earlier. Apparently she didn't concern herself very much with it later on into her career. She got over it fairly quickly from the looks of things. Yeah, no, she didn't even bother to check in. A lot of the time the correspondence and the updates about the orchard came to her unprompted.
She had gotten out of it what she wanted.
Oh, happy for her. Now we have an orchard to the north where the fruit explodes. Thanks, Lydia.
Apparently it was also born from a simple don't tell me what I can't do.
I'm starting to notice a pattern. I can only imagine what somebody told her that she couldn't do to cause the creation of Have you actually come up with a name for them, by the way? Besides your pet names. I do actually have to call them something when I report this. Here, she just refers to them as... No, I'm not repeating that.
What?
She just refers to them as... let's just say she refers to them as blabberbirds. You can call them something else if you want something a little less silly, or you can keep it. Not like it makes any difference to me.
Am I allowed to speak?
You're on probation.
Okay, echo birds.
Go birds. Why?
They repeat everything you say.
Okay, so they have a tendency for
reason.
mimicry?
Yeah,
Oh,
I can go get Hoopa Hoopa.
no. I stand by my previous point. Don't bring that thing anywhere near here.
Okay.
You can keep your little avian ticking time bombs. Keep it very far away from me. Okay. So, honestly, the mimicry makes sense. If they have a general proclivity to language, then them, in their limited mental capacity, mimicking what you say makes sense. Sorry, I'm leaning away from the mic, Ari. Yeah, if what the notes here say is true, and they have a thing for linguistics, then them mimicking what you say, it makes sense. There's a lot of birds, like normal birds, that do that too. They generally tend to be considered some of the more intelligent ones. All right. Well,
There is no thought behind. There is no thought behind their.
yeah, not until you stick a headband on their heads, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just note them down as being echo birds. Okay then. She looks behind you and says, well, we've actually got some people lining up, so my free time for the moment is expended. She closes the binder and says, she slides it to the side. I'll start drafting up or copying, start like magically copying a version of this that I will then have posted to the postmaster's office in Lorbany. You can have a pour through it yourself once you get your hands on it.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for taking up your time.
Honestly, I wasn't doing anything anyway. I'm just a clerk. I'm supposed to be helping people find things out. This is an info desk, so you came here asking questions. So as far as I'm concerned, I was doing my job. But unfortunately, we have people behind you who are coming for inquiries and can only spare so much time for each individual person. That said, if you find yourself back here again, you got more questions about Lydia, that the book or that the record doesn't shed light on, feel free to ask. Let's hope it's not anything like the echo birds again. Given Lydia's track record, I'm waiting to find out whether or not she had some sort of... I'm not going to jinx it. Hope you guys have a lovely day.
You as well.
Take care. Then
Likewise.
tips her big hat to you and looks past you and says, "Yes, next in line, please."
Hello.
That-
It's just three of them in the trench coat.
I step to the side to let the person through and reconvene with the others.
You guys talk for a while? Anything interesting?
You could say that, yes. Although I believe we traumatized the clerk more than I learned.
That's a shame. Honestly, most of the stuff just went right over my head, so hey, sounded interesting.
We have a bird that could potentially turn you into cheese. if it was intelligent.
That is a sentence. One that I've never heard before.
He isn't wrong. I'll tell you the story about the birds on the way back.
Cool. And yeah. You guys, after some discussion with Deminova, break and, along with Mitra in tow, make your way back to the inn. I believe that now leaves Flick.
Gamble.
You're feeling lucky. Also, you're muted. He may be away from the keyboard.
Who exactly?
Flick.
Flick did say we were back in the Roll-20 shot.
Oh, yes.
In that case, okay. In that case, we
Arya had a
can
thing.
quickly go to Karya and Vair, who are visiting the postmaster's office. So take a little bit of navigation and potentially some asking around before you're pointed towards a large, stately-looking building with high flying arches and a what do you call it? A statue out front of a lithe-looking man in a winged helmet, holding what looks to be a postman's bag by the strap across his chest, and in his other hand, a letter. As he seems to be, the statue seems to have captured his image mid-sprint as he's rushing to deliver the mail. The building itself has more than a few people coming in and out. And with high steps leading up to the front door, you push your way through. Already jammed open, a pair of large wooden doors already jammed open, slipping your way through the crowd into the tiled foyer of the postmaster's office. The building smells of, particularly to Vair's sharp nose, old paper, ink, a little bit of BO, as this is a place frequented by quite a lot of people. It is quite warm today. But also, again, that underlying smell of roses mixed with the smell of a spring breeze. If I can be permitted to be a little bit abstract, it's that kind of smell you can't really place your finger on. Besides that, it smells like fresh, moving air.
It smells freshly nice.
Like this place is, at the very least, the air here is moving and not stagnant. And yes, on the far side of the room are counters behind barred windows, where people are slipping packages and letters through. You see carts of said packages and letters being wheeled off into out a back door, where presumably carts and wagons wait to distribute the post, and other carts are coming in and dropping off their payloads, and that same mail is being arranged and distributed to various slots in large bookcases, and dropped off in letter boxes.
Interesting. Well, I suppose I'm going to go and speak at the counter with anybody, because I don't know how this stuff works. I'm just gonna look for someone official.
Oh boy. Yeah, there are more than a few lines lining up for the various counters. Yeah. It seems like the thing to do here is to stand in line.
Look to Vair. This is a very strange method of communication.
I don't know. I have to guess because there's so many people who need to talk to other people, and there's so few people that can make it work. I guess that's why we gotta wait in line.
Well, I suppose that's true. Not bad weird, but it's strange. I'm used to simply, well, talking. Though I guess sending, this is strange. Anyways.
It's hard to picture, talking to somebody and not being there. I get what you mean.
Yes. But I suppose it's civilization. Not just.
I wonder what it's like to pen a letter.
It isn't too interesting. From the correspondence I wrote to Stanislav, I simply told him what we needed. Not unaccustomed. I'm quite sure that you could write at some point. Magic.
Perhaps. Wonder if I can look into getting thumbs at some point.
Well, I was going to ask of that, Vair. We don't know what dragon you are, but I know that there are some that can take on human forms. I mean, I suppose only time will tell.
Well, something in the back of my head tells me I can maybe do that, but I feel too small.
Yes. No, I don't suppose it would be anytime soon. To be fair, the only dragons we've really met, aside from yourself, have been angry, loud, and yes, two.
One is maybe dead, and one is his potential killer. The only other dragons the only dragons you knew were the people in the cave, and the only dragons I knew were my clutch mates, and they're not around anymore.
No, they're not. Grimness aside, it's something to keep in mind.
You do notice that basically hissing back and forth in Draconic to one another. Some of the people in the line are giving you guys an interesting look.
Oh yeah, you're just having a
you
conversation
do stand
like that.
out.
Yeah.
Even without hissing back and forth in Draconic, you do stand out in the crowd.
Yeah.
A 7-foot something young man and a Draconic companion curled up on the floor next to him as you guys wait in line. While the stairs are awkward and a little weird, people do still keep to themselves, and the line does bit by bit move forward as you two speak to one another. I made a bit of a joke on the way out the door, but I gotta ask. And I know I joked about it back in the bath. What do you actually think about her?
He goes silent. Oh, do you mean Lady Maria? Yes, she's fine.
Arya, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Arya.
I don't know. I've never...
For someone who is the bluntest person I have ever met, you are really bad when it comes to stuff that gets you flustered.
Yes, I'm not used to that. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I have never met,
It's okay to say you don't know.
how do I put this? I don't know seems wrong. She is intriguing, and I've not met another draconic woman, at least
Are we
not
sure
that
she's
kind.
draconic?
Well, I believed so, but that was on account of the scales. And now I am of the understanding that those may be false. Again. Well, first she lied and said they were tattoos, which, frankly, we're going to speak on ill matters of lying and blustering. Well, that would be her. I don't, She has piqued my interest. I will be political about it. And, she's quite nice. That's all I can say. The mail!
Yes. If I can say my bit on it. Nice. Okay, Grim sent me something. So Vire actually brings like the tip of one wing claw up to his chin and scratches it for a bit as he flexes out his long, thin, serpentine neck. We're all still really young. Like, I feel it, despite the fact that I really should be smaller than I am right now. We're all really young, and we're constantly getting wrapped up in stuff. And everything's going very quickly. We never really have a chance to just sort of sit and figure things out. I mean, that talk we had a couple days ago was the first time we really sat down and slowed down for a bit. I think we had a lot of progress, the whole group. What am I trying to say here? There's a lot we don't know, and every time we walk out the door, that just keeps getting proven more and more. I guess, I don't know. I want to be sagely, and I want to be a good brother to you, but I don't know the first thing when it comes to, like, courtship, besides what my instincts tell me. But my instincts tell me to flap my wings out and dance back and forth on a pile of gold, so that probably isn't going to work with her.
Yes, I don't believe I have wings, nor do I think I would want them.
Yeah, I don't think that would work. Besides which, I think both of you have bigger things to worry about right now. So, much as I teased before, and I am kind of sorry about that. I almost wish I could kind of take it back in a way. You both have, like, a lot you're dealing with. She's got her village, we've got the deep curse, as well as the whole, like, you wanting to found a kingdom thing. I guess, for now, just kind of see how things go. We've always just kind of played things by ear, and it's generally worked out. Maybe not try and... Don't feel like you gotta push it, I guess, is what I'm saying.
No,
I think we've all got things we need to sort out before we can really put any mind to romance, courtship, mating, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, that. Yes.
Oh, don't be so squeamish.
Uh,
You can hack a man's head off and not even flinch, but we talk one moment about the potential of having children one day, and you immediately turn into a blushing boy. What are you, a wormling?
Yes. No. It's strange. I would not.
I never see you like this.
No, I know. You.
I guess that kind of speaks for the kind of effect she has on you.
Yes, yes. You weren't hatched yet when I was younger, but, there was that year, while I carried you in a bag, and we waited for you to hatch, that I was very lost, and I believed that when I went to the north, and you had hatched and we had our time, well, I believed I had figured out what I needed to do, and then I found myself adventuring with these people, and I found myself traveling away from the goal that I had set, and I don't regret that. No, I don't, but it brought about quite a bit of turmoil within myself, if I'm to be honest, Mayor, and I'm quickly realizing that I would not. My goals are lofty, and there is no guarantee that I would not. Well, there's no guarantee that I'm going to walk out of this completely okay. We don't know what the deep curse has done to us. We don't know if I will ever found this kingdom, and if I'm to speak frank, there's no guarantee that I'll survive long enough for that to happen. I would not put that weight on anyone yet. To share more of the burden that I already carry, if I am to speak frankly, it would be unfair.
Yeah.
But on the other side of things, I kind of want to, but I shouldn't, and thus I probably won't.
I mean, we talked about it before. I want to have a clutch someday, but I can't do that. I can't do that to any kids I might have. I can't do that to any partner I might have. It's right. It would be unfair. But knowing Sarah and knowing the rest of the group, they're probably too stubborn to turn away if we were to say that we want to carry the burden on our own. Honestly, I think we're kind of lucky. I mean, we're really lucky.
Yes, I would agree on that term. Or
I think you're right. We don't know if we're going to make it that far. If we're going to have families of our own one day, if we're going to found this dragon home kingdom. Maybe. You remember what that old couple in the village said? About having hobbies and stuff?
yes,
He kind of looks up into the ceiling. I think I kind of starting to get what they meant, but maybe if we have like something to look forward in the meantime, something less long term, and then we go from there.
are you speaking of such like a mating ritual? What is?
Oh no.
What are you referencing? Okay.
No, no.
Okay.
What I mean, like, is smaller goals, like Maria talked about gathering the kind of people you want to lead. So I don't know, looking for somebody who can, what do you call it? Looking for somebody who knows what leading is like, somebody who can teach you that, or finding strong warriors to accompany us, or I don't know, like. The most obvious one to me is learning more about the Deep Curse, and then, depending on what we know about it, purging it, mastering it, who knows?
That is true. Perhaps you're correct. I do have the troglodytes back up north, but they're too far away for me to actually do anything, and I've left them in the capable hands of Stanislav's daughter.
Stanislav's daughter? Stanislav doesn't have a daughter.
Not Stanislav, my bad. Roscoe. Yes.
That man can't have children. Except in the,
Yeah.
Stanislav's daughter.
sense.
Who would you leave him in the hands of? If he doesn't have a daughter, who was?
Who was that?
Who was phone?
God damn it. We're not gonna do who was phone. I had forgotten about that. Anyways.
Core memory.
The child came from inside the house.
The child came from inside the house.
Oh yeah, this is the bit where we bring in
door.
time travel Grim, is when we bring in fucking Karia's future daughter. Anyway, finally, the line is moved up enough that you are standing in front of the counter. On the other side is a tall-looking, bearded gentleman, sort of hunched over the desk, looking at you expectantly. A pair of steely gray eyes stare back at you through the slats. Next.
Oh yes, hello.
Afternoon.
I am seeking. Yes, oh yes, it is afternoon. I am seeking the correspondence from a Stanislav von Stanislav.
I think,
He's from
Vair, I gotta like clean the one of Australia.
Von Vostroyev, yes, from the Mordani Confederacy.
The man behind the grate gives you a critical eye and then says, "And who might you be?"
I am Karia, son of Orthos. It should just be under Karia Orthos.
Let's see. And now with an address E to look through the mail by, he steps away from the desk and disappears into the back for a little bit.
This is so funny. It's like this big buff guy just walks in unofficial, like very casual towny business. He probably has to like crouch down to talk to the guy in like behind the glass thingy.
I'm hunched. Hello.
You're both hunched over.
I just imagine him
We're both hunched.
like fucking Way of the House husband, like he's at the grocery store, like, do you have a points card?
And then he just like,
He's
as a
the,
matter of fact, I do. Because money.
he's
Because I'm
I'm
thrifty.
Karia, son of Orthos. I have all of the points card.
I need my
I have
mail.
a stamp
What?
card for Giuseppe's Kitchen.
he's the
I-
epitome of how to talk to short people.
I hoard stamp card points like a dragon.
Dragon.
His hoard is his hoard is like Subway stamp cards.
Yes.
After a bit of awkward silence, and Vair just kind of like he's craning his neck around, looking between people's legs, looking around. Somewhere in the meantime, somebody's child has wandered over towards Vair, apparently unattended.
Whose child is this?
As the child is obviously no older than like whatever like. The child is pudgy, has slightly pointed ears, and seems to be tottering toward perhaps maybe 2 years. Actually, no, quite small. Maybe a few months old. Then again, your idea of what a growth rate is for a humanoid is a little bit skewed.
Yeah.
As the child sort of totters over towards Vair, is in that very pudgy, baby-faced way with a mouth that's just kind of perpetually open, with the tongue slightly like poking out. Big rosy cheeks and a hair and a head full of sparse blonde hair, kind of waddles over in a little white tunic. And goes, "Doggy," and then walks up to Vair, and then just in a very sort of like straight-armed kind of, still hasn't mastered the art of gentle movements and bending the elbow, just kind of bap pats Vair on the head. And then you just see Vair just kind of and his head like we call it, gets pushed down with each bat on the head,
He's just getting lightly bonked on the head.
basically. The child has no sense or
Vair,
proportion of how to gently pet a dog. You know,
Oh.
the usual.
Vair, Karia turns to the child. Perhaps this is one that I can conscript, as Vair has suggested. Child, would you like to fight in a great battle?
For all you know, it's a halfling.
And
That's true. It could be a halfling, and I'm just
and so-
incredibly racist. Oh no!
and so Karya began amassing his army of child soldiers.
Children.
Here's the thing.
Hey, listen.
What most people do for the halfling gag is they're like, "Oh, you're mistaking the halfling for the child." It's like, no, you're mistaking a child for a halfling. And it's like it's just like, you are one of the noble short folk. Would you like to come into my army? And then it's just like this 2.5-year-old child who's like,
No. No. Can I pet
No,
that
my
dog?
"Go, my child soldiers." Anyway, Vair.
Oh, my children of fortune.
So, Vair is seemingly consigned to being very not gently at all whooped on the head in this child's approximation of what patting is, looks up to you and says, "I don't really think this isn't what I meant."
I see. Well, when I was his age, actually, that's a terrible, terrible comparison.
When you were his age, you were a slave.
Yes, let's not do that. Child, would you like to ride the dragon?
Huh?
Kneeling down, he'll just kind of he doesn't know how to pick up kids, so he'll just kind of grab him by the nape of his shirt and lift him and then put him on the back of Vader.
Lets out a joyous giggle as it's lifted up into the air.
Onto the back of the dragon.
And then the child just begins rapidly flapping its arms in excitement as as Vair just like a cat that's just been had a shirt pulled onto it, walks with a strange, confused gait as he stretches his limbs out. It's just immediately, obviously, very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yes, Whose spawn is this?
Who's spawn?
What hell spawn is this?
No, not Hellspawn, just whose spawn is
Whose
this?
spawn? As eyes, before, there were just sort of eyes going your way. Some were judgmental, some are given that sort of, "Aw, look at the child play" kind of look. Others are curious. Then, as soon as you say, "Whose spawn is this?" Eyes, all eyes in the room immediately go on to you. And then a very haggard-looking man with frizzy hair and a rough beard comes, sort of stooping over. It's like, "Johnny, no!" And then scoops the child up off of Vair and says, "I'm really, really sorry about this."
Oh no, I just simply wanted to cover my bases. The last time I was surrounded by children, it was actually not a problem, but then the prior time to that, they thought I was going to eat them. And, yes, no, we're not going to eat your child.
Well, I'm very glad that's not the case. Gianni she's a very curious child.
No, it's fine. She's...
With his daughter now sort of her butt on his forearm, sort of bouncing her up and down. She's once more just sort of this happy baby giggling, or just toddler giggling, as Vair now shakes himself out, now sands the weight on his back. I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry about that. I take my eyes off of her for 1 second. I can't leave her at home.
No, it's fine. As I said, I have no problem with that. I just didn't want you getting lost, as, well, again, having a spawn, I have raised my fair share, at least in part, and I'd rather not you lose this one.
Oh, so, he kind of looks around and says, "So, you're a single dad too?"
No. Well, no.
So funny.
Not entirely, no. I just have raised several, well, I didn't raise, I assisted in the living process of...
You're a child welfare worker?
Vair, do they do that with dragons?
Yes. We got the dragon now in ever improving common says he worked in a hatchery.
Yes.
Sorry, no, he worked in a nursery.
A nursery, yes.
To which says, "Oh," he brings his other hand up to us. Says, "Oh, I wasn't. Sorry, I was presumptuous, man. I didn't know you could speak. I get that sometimes. Okay, so. Oh, okay. It's just okay. I thought you looked a bit young for that. I didn't think when you said multiple children. I was wondering how you must have aged very gracefully. But yes, thank you for raising attention to my daughter wandering off."
No, you're okay. I'd rather it be me than a shadowy figure lurking in the underworld. I'm glad your child is safe.
Yes, am I?
Yes.
He sort of awkward. Again, I'm sorry for the intrusion. And then he backs off. The child now sort of like grabbing at his frizzy hair. At one point manages to grab a handful of it and then headbutts him in the side of the face. Just, stop that!
I feel like I've been added into this game.
No,
and I-
never, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah! Let's go! It's
like
Addie!
me personally has been added into. She's clapping in the other room. Anyway.
I mean, yeah, she just got to ride a dragon.
Before
That's true, she did.
the Freyby was literally just Vair, and that was her cameo into the world. Now I've given her. a
She was
cameo.
she was the egg.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
You used to refer to her as the egg.
The egg. That's correct. Oh god.
Yes,
Hatchling.
the wormling. But yes, as you turn around once more stooped over, looking at the Great Three with steely gray eyes, is that same hunched over man. Big shoulders kind of squeezed together in what is obviously a cubicle that's too small for him, as he says. Are you ready to receive your mail, sir?
Yes. I have. Yes.
Is it then, with a single very large finger, just kind of brings a finger down on top of a letter on the desk and then slides it out through the slot and says that'll be 5 silver.
Oh, right. Payment involved. Yeah, they'll just
Postage
kind
is
of
very
toss-
important to make sure the mail service keeps running, sir.
Yes, you're correct. I believe I only have gold, but I can part with a piece. A tip.
I can break change, sir.
Don't worry about it.
It's very generous.
I've
generous
gotten
of you,
a-
sir.
Of course, no, I'm happy to help. I've been blessed with gold. Tap.
I'm glad that some of us can be, sir. As he then takes the gold coin across the table.
So done.
It's like yes, sorry, sir. I'm very rich here. Have a tip. It's like I'm very happy for you, sir. As he then, with his one big finger, slides the small gold coin across the desk and into a register, and then finishes sliding the note out through the slot. Will that be all today, sir?
I believe so. Thank you, Master of the Post. He'll bow.
He gives you
I'll take my letter.
another critical look. Seems to be about to go say something, and then says, "Have a nice day, sir."
Yes, I will. Fire, please, we must leave from this place at once.
And as you break from line, he says, "Next, please."
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yank. Walk.
And you both stride out of the post office.
Why can we never go anywhere? Immediately when we get out, I'll turn and Draconic and go, why can we never go anywhere without having attention drawn to us? I understand the reason, but please. Oh, yeah, I'm not ready for this.
I feel the need to point out the obvious. But instead
No, I'm aware of the obvious.
Instead, I'll just say you at some point intend to be a regent.
Yes, I know damn well that I can give a damn good speech. But,
Not what I'm getting at.
no.
What I'm saying is,
I
if
know.
you intend to be a regent at some point, you should probably get used to having attention.
Well, I suppose that's fair. Normally the attention that I'm used to getting is, well, from those who are attempting to kill me. So, it's strange interacting with the outside world, considering, well...
Honestly, I prefer it. I like
I-
not constantly being surrounded by people trying to kill me.
No, I agree. It's just become a very
Strange.
comfort now.
Think about it
Anyways,
this way:
please,
the more we
can
get used to it, the less strange it'll seem.
You know, I suppose that's fair. If I can't open a post in my own kingdom, how am I going to be able to...
That's the best thing.
It's fine.
You'll be able to let other people worry about that and take care of it. Anyway,
That is true. Yes, we need to open these letters. We can bring them back to the room and open them when everyone is gathered. It'll be easier that way.
the letter in your hand is made with what looks to be yellowed age parchment, folded delicately, inscribed with black ink, saying to Karia Orthos, and then Binding the letter shut is a red wax stamp, inside of which are the initials capital S, lowercase v, little v.
Ah, yes. Well, I suppose this would be him. It was just the one letter, yes?
Yes.
That's good. I figured I don't get mail, and frankly, if I did, I would be concerned. Who else knows me?
Dragon
It's just,
Weekly.
this is the second letter.
Dragon Weekly.
You unfold it. Inside is a impression of a black palm, and under it, we know.
Oh,
I didn't do it.
Anyway, continue.
The letter is above a bag that's currently on fire.
Oh.
Yes, no, we'll open this when we get back with everybody. It'll be easier to relay the information right as we get it, rather than trying to remember rereading it. It'll be a whole thing.
Wonderful. Then, as you can go to continue, as you go to return to the inn, we divert. Giving a child opiates. What point are we giving a child opiates? Sorry, I missed that bit.
Huh?
Comment from Grim. Something about giving a child opiates.
do not.
I don't think I said anything to that effect. Anyway, while that has time to transmit, we go to another vice. Blake wants to gamble.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Where in the city are you going? Because as you've heard it, there's no limit, or there's no lack of places to seek leisure here within the city, and that includes gambling houses. Now, there are some of higher niveau in some of the richer districts, but there's also plenty of cheap, potentially sketchy gambling houses in places like the Rose District, where things are less regulated.
Tempting options. Because I think with Flick's other goal with this, well, besides making money, is probably to maybe learn some more info, maybe about how those crime families are, shaping up. Since he overheard that one of them was expanding their reach.
Okay, so he's as much trying to fighting the dragon. Oh, okay, that was it. It was that far back. Yes. Well, I think it's typically referred to as chasing the dragon, but that works too. Yeah. So you're as much trying to earn some money as you are trying to put your ear to the city's pulse.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, you probably want to go somewhere where the gossip is plentiful and the ears are many.
Mm-hmm.
That would probably be the Rose District.
Absolutely.
All right.
Forth I shall go.
You navigate your way over. It immediately chasing them, right? Yes, there you go. So finding your way there is not difficult. One of the things you're overhearing as you're going through the city is there's something of a stereotype that whenever, particularly the sailors that make landfall, whenever they talk about it, when they talk to one, it's like, oh, you have to go to the Rose District. One of the big reasons anybody goes to Rubido is to go to the Rose District, to try out all the various exotic goods there that might not otherwise be completely legal in other cities or in other nations, but might be more controlled or looked down upon as being immoral or unethical. Well, more specifically, immoral. As well as the many sex workshops where there's a lot of ladies of the night. There's a lot of sex workers within the Rose District. It's not kept as a secret, though it's not always looked upon with kindness by the people of the city, and particularly the upper crust seem to have something of a disdain for that element of the city's reputation. Does not, however, mean as we've learned out of character, mean that they are not above profiting from it, particularly if they can exploit said workers. You make your way over to the Rose District. Seeing as he sent it to Vera, I'm going to share it with the group. When I laughed earlier, what Grim sent me,
Exorcita. The party's not going to like this.
you guys want to know what Esposito means?
What?
It's Latin
Do
for
tell.
awaken.
Awaken.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
Bored. Yeah. Feels like sus in it.
Father, the sleeper has awakened.
That's true. They do have a god called the Sleeper in Darkness. Anyway, you navigate your way into the Rose District, hearing bits and pieces of gossip as you go, being yourself a relatively unassuming man. It's perhaps hard to envision that a cat man in a cloak might do anything but stick out to our modern sensibilities. But we don't live in a world where catfolk are common. However, in the world of Simple Path, and indeed in many fantasy worlds, such things are, if uncommon, at the very least not unheard of. While catfolk aren't necessarily super common in this part of the world, the fact that this nation has quite a bit of naval thoroughfare in the form of sailors passing through, and the fact that there are quite a few cat people who find themselves aboard ships all around the world means that, at the very least, in form of sailors at port, folk are not a unfamiliar sight. And so, at the very least, here with the Rose District, you don't draw very many eyes, which means you're a lot more privy to gossip than someone who might stick out more. Which is why you're hearing most of this stuff.
Yeah.
You eventually find yourself... the Rose District doesn't exactly have something like a gambling quarter. It's more like every third or fourth shop is some sort of gambling house. Whether it's run by just a guy running it out of his home, or if it's an actual established gambling hall, or if it's being run in sort of a dual part with a brothel next door, where it's just sort of like, stay here, the steak is great, the gambling's good, and the girls are even better. You've also got rooms you can book for the night. The various different sex shops and the brothels all have their own gimmicks that they pursue to try and get in customers. The competition is quite obviously, on first sight, fierce. And the first thing you're greeted with, as it is currently afternoon, and all the shops within the city have had time to open, is a lot of windows with a lot of naked ladies of all different species, all trying to get your attention.
Flick like a heat-seeking missile is focused only on the money.
Yes.
I can't believe we're in fantasy Amsterdam.
Hey.
yeah, I was about to say we're basically in a red light
I did
district.
kind of take inspiration from development. I'm sure Sully would appreciate that.
I'm now getting flashbacks to the Watchmen movie where Rorschach is just walking down the sidewalk.
I may or may not be taking a small amount of inspiration from the short walk I took through Devalen during the evening at one point while I was visiting in Amsterdam. But yes, one of the things you'll be surprised by is the fact that despite this and despite what the whole situation might otherwise have people inclined to think, the actual section of the city is actually still quite nice. The architecture here is old and classic. The street is well kept. It's not dirty. There's no trash. And the buildings are in good repair. Everything here, though, seems to have a sort of air of impermanence. In the form of... A lot of the signs here seem to be sort of put up and taken down at the beginning and end of each day. The windows here are built with shutters that are, you would assume, close when business ends for the day. The gambling halls don't have an official sign out front, but instead just have a bunch of tables and a placard that can be folded up and moved away at a moment's notice. The impression is that things here just kind of pop up, and then by the end of the day, they might not be back tomorrow.
As almost a kind of like imminent scarcity.
In an odd way, it's kind of reminiscent of Woetide, where everything is made of driftwood. And honestly, everything there was just kind of one bad day away from kind of falling apart in some cases. Bits and pieces of the shipwrecked city would sometimes just break off and float back into the ocean. Other times, a new ship would wreck, and they would add it to the body of the city.
Which is why Flick is so drawn to the place, because it reminds him of that.
It's an odd sense of deja vu and homesickness, I would imagine.
Yes.
Eventually, you find yourself in front of one of the many, many gambling halls along the main street here. No name to it, just a placard outside stating the buy-in cost and the activities on offer, specifically cards and dice.
Flick is going to rub his hands very intently as he looks over the options, and also. Well, first, what would the costs for these be?
The buy-in is 2 silver. Get in the
2 silver. Flick is feeling like going with something that can appeal to his dexterity, so he might invest a little bit towards dice.
Okay.
For now, anyways.
If you subtract 2 silver from your money, you'll find you'll approach the front door, outside of which is a rather gruff-looking dwarven bouncer, sitting about waist height to you. He accepts your money with nary a word before gesturing inside. He himself is dressed in a simple white shirt, vest, and black slacks. His beard is oiled and well kempt. Gestures you through the door. Opening it, stepping inside. The immediate feeling is one of, I want to say, are you familiar with the sensation of stepping into a room and it being a little bit emptier than you might like?
So it's like I'm stepping through the doors of a saloon.
It's like being the first person into an establishment. That sort of awkwardness where you're the first customer and you're just there on your own, experiencing the service before anybody else gets in. I'm not sure if that's a transferable experience for everybody, but it's one I'm familiar with at the very least.
Well, Buck will kind of rub the tips of his fingers a bit, kind of scanning around which at the tables, and he'll probably select just an empty table to sit at, set himself up at.
So there's a few, there's a few people who are obviously here as part of the, you could generously call them staff, and maybe 2 other people here actually gambling. The 2 guys, one of them is currently rolling dice, and the other is playing cards. He's currently locked in a match of blackjack with a dealer. You head over to one of the empty tables, seat yourself down, and I suppose just watch for a little bit.
Yeah, observe for a moment.
It's a little weird. There's not really much of a crowd to kind of blend into at the moment, so a few of the guys running the place give you a wary look. There's obviously eyes drifting your way when they're not busy watching the 2 guys currently engaged in the actual games. Eventually, after a few minutes, there's another person who walks in. It's older-looking, middle-aged human woman. Straw blonde hair, bodice. She comes in, she goes to the dice table. And again, after a few minutes, another person comes in. The first guy playing dice exits. Slowly but surely, the house begins to fill up. Eventually, the flow of people does stop, as you would assume the bouncer probably states a limit to the amount of people that can fit in such a small space. It is just a singular room, which, if you had to guess, you could maybe, the room's width is maybe 4 arm spans. 4 by 4. It's not huge. It really is just somebody's studio that they're running this out of. The games do pick up. Now there's chatter and conversation, some laughter, there's some there's a couple of shouts of indignation, perhaps some proclamations of cheating here and there. Someone leaves, someone very quickly replaces them. After a bit, an hour or 2 has gone by, and now that it's actually late afternoon, early evening, the gambling house is in full swing, and the beginning of Rosino's Rose District nightlife is actually starting to come to life. And you have a prime spot, sat in the corner, at one of the now more full-up tables, just there, listening. For once, one of the players gets to be the shady guy in the cloak, sitting off to the side. So,
for his part, he's probably got some kind of knick-knack. He's kind of toying it between his fingers, twiddling with them.
Okay.
Keep himself company, pass the time.
Got a little worry token or a doodad he messes around with to keep his idle hands busy. Okay. So, in the meantime, is it accurate to say you would have been listening out for more rumors?
Yes.
Give me a perception.
Will do.
The DC will be not too high. And you could also potentially say you take 10 if you... Oh, well, that's not going to be necessary.
Yeah, no need.
This is protracted over the course of a couple of hours. So, yeah. For a total of 27.
For his part, he probably also has a little sheet of paper and probably some kind of writing utensil discreetly hidden underneath the table.
Maybe a little wooden slat to be used as as a backing
Yeah.
for it, so he writes
Yeah.
neatly. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just so we
Do
can
you
start
have
like taking notes on what people are saying.
Do you have sleight of hand?
Let me check. I do.
Why
I
don't
have a
you roll
plus
that
10
for
to it.
me?
What would you have me do?
Why don't you roll sleight of hand for me? Because you're trying to be sneaky. 28. Very nice. That is 2 18s in a row. Very nice. So, the hour or two you spend in the gambling hall just kind of first sticking out a little bit, now blending into the in and out crowd of people frequenting the building, has you in a prime spot to listen, observe, note down. You do so without drawing too much attention. A lot of what you hear is the general buzz of the city. That tensions with Aerodine are as high as ever. That there's a festival of magic happening out in front of the Institute of Magic at the city. It's the typical yearly recruitment drive to get new mages into the school, as well as to, in their words, celebrate the wonders of magic. But everybody in the city knows that first and foremost, they're looking for new mages to draft into the army. Magical hopefuls. There's apparently some interesting goings on in the harbor, as there's been some tension between two of the ships at dock there. Apparently, two pirate lords are having a bit of a stare down. There's also talk of a new crime family in the city that more or less just surfaced overnight. And then immediately started taking a lot of the smaller families and smaller gangs in Rose District to task. A lot of the gang heads and enforcers have been found beaten, bloody, bruised, but alive on the doorsteps of their various hideouts and headquarters. Meant to show that both they know where they live, and also they are not above some very savage violence, but something that's been very clearly shown is not a single one of them has been killed. There's a very clear message being sent there.
Intimidation tactics. Interesting.
Yes, all across the city, there's criminal elements have been found savaged. This has sent a lot of these smaller gangs into hiding. A lot of them have gone to ground, fleeing into their various bolt holes, which has made, predictably, room for this new family to start making moves in. And in what seems to be a secondary wave, a lot of the businesses which were once under the protection of these smaller gangs have found themselves very persuasively and very lugubriously propositioned for a better business deal. One that, according to a lot of the businesses involved, is eminently more fair and less brutal than the deals they were forced to accept from the other gangs. They're less extortionate, they're more reasonable, with more permissive due dates and timelines and deadlines. And it's some people are arguing that this may be two different crime groups, but the likelihood of two surfacing within the district overnight and not immediately going after each other is unlikely. Instead, it seems that this crime group is trying to put forward an image of as some of these agents have put it, noble savagery. In that, when it comes to their competitors, they don't hold back for anything short of killing. Broken bones, twisted limbs, like shattered skulls and pulverized organs are not off the table. Killing seems to be a line that they will not cross. And when it comes to the people of the city, when they approach, they speak with courtesy, respect, and manners, but with a definite dangerous undertone to many of the offers being given. Much in the vein of an offer one cannot refuse.
I was just about to say, yeah.
Or at the very least, one which one is better off not refusing. It's left people scratching their heads. Some people are saying it's better than what they were under before. And with the current rates being demanded, then they might actually be able to improve their standards of living. They might actually be able to save some money after this. Some people are saying good riddance to the small gangs. Others are worried that this is going to cause this new gang to have a chokehold on the Rose District, which will then leave them completely open to taking full advantage of their monopoly in the area. And they wonder, they dread what they might end up doing as a result of that. So a lot of the gossip is being predominated by, there's curiosities here and there. There's the pirates, there's the magic, there's all that. But right now, what a lot of the people, especially here in the Rose District, are worried about is this new crime family. No name has surfaced yet.
So no name. So I can't be sure if it's the same one we might have run into before that was taken over by.
I'm going to roll something real quick.
Go ahead.
That's good enough. A name actually does surface. It's for a moment there's a guy who's like, I can't remember if I can't remember if there was ever a name mentioned. The agents mostly didn't declare any sort of allegiance, but one shop owner did actually ask, and now I do remember, they called themselves the Desperados. Something along that line, something silly like that.
Flick quietly muttered to himself as he writes it down. Desperados.
Yeah. It's about what you're able to dig up in terms of rooms. Now, would you like to do some gambling?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah, he'll take a look at his notes, look him over, fold up the paper, slip it into his like an inner jacket pocket.
Okay. Right. What would you like to do? I remember you mentioning you wanted to do dice.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to cheat?
Maybe.
In that case, you're going to be making very good use of that sleight of hand score you have.
We shall see.
Going up to the dice table, declaring that you'd like to join in. They're playing Yahtzee. So your hope is to try and get different sets of numbers to fill out the various prerequisites. When cheating, you're hoping to manufacture the most beneficial rolls possible to beat out the dealer. So,
we who are about to lose our money salute you.
So to wager at the table, the starting wager is 1 gold.
1 gold.
Now,
I'm gonna write down a separate tally for this real quick.
This isn't exactly a high rollers club, but at the same time, 1 gold for your average citizen, still a decent amount of money.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask you for a sleight of hand check.
Just gotta label this real quick.
I really wanted to drag this out. I could actually pull you aside and play an online game of Yahtzee between the two of us. I don't think that's gonna happen.
That would be
Yeah.
hilarious.
If we had the time, we would,
Mhm.
but alas, now is not the time. But yes, sleight of hand.
There was a campaign at one point where I played poker against the GM. Didn't win.
And I
I'm
say
not great at
22
poker.
for sleight of hand.
22. Okay. Making your way through, basically, in a relatively low stakes game of dice, you successfully cheat your way through, and the dealer, the croupier, doesn't seem to take any note of foul play, as you carefully make sure to toss in the odd bad roll here and there to make sure you're not always just coming out on top. And eventually, yes, you take the deal. You come away with a total of 3 gold. It says you can continue to keep rolling, in which case you can double or nothing. In this case, 6 gold starting. To then
Double or
be,
nothing.
To then have that pot be tripled to 18. You can keep going for as long as you want.
I will do so.
Okay.
I'll toss in the 6 gold. Flick will reach into his little pouch and I guess like gingerly like pat it down the table and slide it towards him.
All right.
Like I said, we who are about to lose salute you. As he says to no one at the table in particular.
Yeah, the dice croupiers. Sir is most glib. As he then continues rolling the dice. Roll me another sleight of hand.
Yes, sir. 28.
The game continues, and you keep rolling hot. Now, making sure to. The danger comes with each consecutive game. If you keep rolling nothing but good, it becomes consistently more suspicious. So you need to make sure to strike a balance between with the good cheating is believable cheating. So you need to make sure that you're winning, but you're doing so in a way that doesn't give away the game.
Precisely.
With a roll of 28, you manage that cleanly. Go away with 18 gold. And then it says, would Sir like to keep rolling?
I would, mate.
Right. Put down another 18. Put down your 18 gold to then be tripled again.
So beforehand was 6, so it's not write that down real quick. And this one's going to be 18, so
Next pot is 54.
already.
When you're ready.
Alright. Yes. Sleight of hand.
23. You come away sweeping in a stack of 54 gold coins. And this time the croupier is once more very not even sure what to call his tone, but he is commentating. Sales luck is most certainly that of top neither.
The gods smile upon those who got that luck in their blood, you see.
Then Sir must be most certainly good born. So would Sir like to keep holding?
No me and my 9 loves, why not?
Okay.
So far the amount of money that's been accrued so far is how much? 54.
Next pot, 162.
All right.
Boom.
So far, the amount of gold I put in is about the same, or?
Yes, you have to match each time.
All right.
More or less, you're just immediately putting your winnings back on the line.
Right.
Okay. When you're ready.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. 15.
Ooh. You're very lucky.
Skirting the line now.
Mm-hmm. This time, you actually fumble your attempts to line yourself up some good rolls. You're very lucky that the dealer ends up rolling quite badly and ends up getting a bunch of junk, basically a bunch of junk dice that end up going nowhere. Whereas you, at the very least, manage to eke out some score, and he gets almost nothing. There is something of a crowd beginning to gather around the table as you are starting to, as people see you are rolling up. We've lost Ray. He's not good. No. Wonder what is happening to us.
Frey's been abducted by aliens.
Oh no. This is most bad. Oh, gambling. There he is. There he's back.
Oh,
back.
hey.
There you go. Wonderful. I thought the gambling had killed you.
No, I was muted and listening, and the Discord server decided to tell me to go fuck myself and put me in sleepy time junction.
Sad. But yes.
Rip.
So, the dealer rolls very bad. You roll not as bad, but it's a very near thing. If nothing else, it helps keep up the general feel of this is actually your luck. And a crowd is beginning to gather around the table as they see you've been rolling hot. There's a very feeling around the table as you come this close to losing. Ari has supplied a wheel, so now you can roll twice on the next one.
Hey.
And Ari says that she'll be a kind patron deity today. Yeah, for the first time in quite a while, the finicky deity that is chat has reared its head. Yes, Ari wants to enable Flick's gambling addiction. Lovely. So, would Sir like to keep rolling?
Yep. Bring it on.
All right. The dice are passed to you.
Keep an eye out, they're gonna break your fingers.
Alright, so it's going to be... So I think this one I'm rolling twice, perhaps.
Yep, if you want to.
Let's see. Yeah, no, that 21, I definitely knew that 21.
Okay, comes out to a 21. The second roll is a 12. In inverted luck. Yes. The the dealer's hand comes out again, rather poor this time. You, on the other hand, come out with a quite a hot hand, and fill up your pool of dice with a considerable score. As this time, I believe, we're now up to 486 in the pot. You can see that the dealer is starting to sweat a little bit. Could you roll me a perception?
Yes.
Would Sir like to continue rolling?
Yes.
Now roll me another sleight of hand. $29. Okay, between the 19 in perception and 29 in sleight of hand, you dominate this round. I'd bet it all we dare you. Grim is daring you to go all in.
Don't listen to the voices in your head. This is all the voice in your head.
Don't do it. That's how you end up broke.
The what do you call it? The dealer is obviously sweating at this point, and you see, this time paying attention to his hands. This place is you weren't exactly expecting an honest gambling house, and it seems that your string of good luck has shaken him a little bit, and he's showing some rather bad attempts at rigging the dice. And he himself is fumbling his own attempts at sleight of hand, which you are noticing. As went from 486. The pot is should you again go to triple it, 1,458. Already almost matching your budget. You've gone from 1 gold piece to potentially winning your whole budget. As he's tugging at his collar a little bit and going, so if you would like to, could we interest you in some complimentary drinks? As the crowd now gathered around you is like they're leaning over the table, they're craning. You hear the table kind of groan a little bit in protest with the amount of weight currently being put on as people are leaning, either on their forearms, the arms.
Nah, don't want to keep these folks waiting.
So insists, and the dice are passed to you. One moment. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this very quickly. Okay. Can you speak again?
Yes.
Okay. I jostled my microphone cable a little bit. God, it happened again.
Careful.
And then once more I had to recalibrate. There we go. Okay.
Alright, we're good?
Yes.
Check the audio cap.
No, I did. That's specifically what I just refreshed. So, once more,
So,
sleight of hand.
yes. Well,
Oh, and
first,
our-
before he rolls,
Ari-
before he rolls, he takes one.
Ari has also redeemed one more wheel, so you can roll twice for this.
Yeah, he'll take one more look around the table before he rolls the dice, and he kind of tilts his head from side to side. Looks at his hand, kind of a little slight flick in his ear. Looks around again, says, "Well, like I keep saying tonight, we who are about to lose salute you," and he shall roll.
Okay.
And I shall do so twice. 23.
The fickle deity was tempted to make a lesson out of tonight, but instead wants to continue enabling the gambling habit. Okay. You're starting to notice that the dice, whenever they come out of the dealer's hands, come back a little bit sweaty. And this guy is obviously starting to worry. It was mentioned before that these guys are probably going to break your fingers if you do go too far. You're starting to think maybe they're going to break his fingers for messing this up so badly. And again, he is running he is like a dealer in a cheating gambling house. So
It's circle of life, you know.
turnabout is fair play. Stakes aren't right for sending Flick home in his underclothes. Yeah. It's not the narrative time for it. So yes, as you are now sitting pretty on 1,458. If you were to continue, pot would go up to 4,374.
Do I dare take it one step further?
Would sir like to continue rolling?
First, let me adjust something here real quick. Okay, there we go.
Quick, use my kingly thing. It'll give you a reroll.
No.
Just say I'm with you. I know.
Just fucking
I
like
re-
there's a tiny Kari on the floor, and one of the guys here at the gambling establishment just kind of like shoot, pushes him away with a broom.
I reach out in the force.
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to keep rolling.
Okay, I've turned down the music. Yeah. All right. Continue rolling, please.
Lick is feeling especially daring with the pot having increased.
The dice are in your hand.
Indeed. 23 again.
Great. The croupier, having a +6 in sleight of hand, rolls a 10 for a total of 16. Inflicts offense. The house does appear to be French. Yes, aptly observed, fully deserved. Aptly observed and fully deserved. As the man like sees your dice come up on the last roll, brings up a handkerchief to his forehead and goes, "It." As what was obviously a put upon accent drops, is like, "Oh."
Yeah, see that, don't you?
And he like collects himself a moment later. The house is ashamed to inform, sir, that unfortunately we cannot. Match the current pot. It is with great shame that we cannot meet the demands of Sir's extraordinary look. As he continues to dab at his forehead. To which there's outrage around the table, as the crowd that is gathered around is a mix of. You've seen these kinds of people before. The middle-aged kind of nothing better to do with their day, penny gamblers that they come to these places specifically with the idea in mind that they're going to lose whatever pocket change they have and just waste the hours away. A lot of we'll call it dwarves and halflings and humans and half elves, just sort of, and the odd half orc as well mixed in, just of varying ages, generally adult and higher, of course, but like middle age and higher, that have come here to just kind of waste their time and their money, and now they're here seeing this entertainment. They've been, every time you've come up a win, they've roared in sympathetic victory, vicarious victory. And when the topic of them not being able to cover the pot comes up, there is outrage on your behalf.
Quite a shame, that is. Quite a shame.
That's neither house's funds can. And then there is a large meaty hand that comes out from the periphery, that then, with a deftness that should not be applied to such sausage fingers, slips into the man's collar, hooks into it, then drags him off to the side with a. You see.
Well, you heard him.
You see a rather
Sorry,
large-looking, bald-headed man. Says, "My apologies, sir. Has been a mistake on the part of the house. This will be corrected. Please wait here." As the croupier is escorted into a room in the back. You are hailed as the valiant hero by by your adoring crowd, that being a loose collection of about a dozen various middle-aged individuals. And at one point, you are in fact hefted up, like brought up into the air, sort of like crowd surfing style, and then very quickly put back down again as they all kind of lose their breath. There's like the odd complaint about lower back pain. But the general morale within the building is one of triumph, even if it is petty.
Well, Flick, with his hands at his hips, will look around to this now gathered crowd and say, "Well, you heard that. Well, you heard that, lads. Sounds like the house has lost its lunch.
About time.
Tell you what."
It's just these racketeers have been bleeding us dry for months. It's gotten to the point where even my wife has gotten angry at me for losing all the money gambling here. It's like, it's because you've been losing all your money at the gambling house, you git.
Tell you what, to ease your aching hearts, drinks on me.
And there's a general cry of "Why?" as the large bald man once more comes out. This guy must have some like giant kin blood in him, because when he comes out, he has to stoop through the doorway. This time,
Yeah, he has to crouch.
Yeah, it's to stoop through so that the top of his head doesn't hit the door frame, and he has to squeeze his shoulders in so they don't get caught within the door space. You notice that there is a tinge of red on his fingertips. He has a cloth of his own, which he is dabbing. Notice that this is the same like sweat-stained handkerchief that the croupier was using to dab his forehead. He's now wiping off his fingers and nails with. As he comes back up to the table and says, "My apologies, dear customer. It seems that there has been something of a miscalculation. The dealer should not have been going so far. He knew the limits of how much the house could afford on a single game. Fortunately, it's now on us to pay out his discretion. I feel at great shame that I must repeat that we cannot afford the amount of gold we owe you. However, see then, there have been several others who have come to this establishment and have left items as collateral for when they went bust. And I'd like to offer you one of those items in exchange for proper remuneration as compensation for our failure to provide.
What have we got?
As he produces a small velveteen bag. Inside the bag is 1,000 gold, as well as mixed in there in this bag you'll find some gold, as well as a ring and a necklace left by one of our previous customers who could not meet his own demands, meet his own debts.
We'll wander over to this bag and take a look inside.
Okay.
He'll saunter over and he'll kind of tug the bag a little bit in this direction and peek inside.
Okay. True to word, there is a big lump of gold coins in there, as well as some platinum to help lighten the load. as well as what looks to be a ring with a ruby fixed into it, and a necklace with what looks to be a coral stone added in.
Fascinating. Interesting little bubbles that go here.
I'm led to believe that they are. I'm led to believe that the jewelry is magically enchanted.
One of Flick's ears twitches, and he looks at the gentleman and says, "Really?"
We enlisted the services of one of the local mages at one point to have it appraised. He verified that they were magically active.
He'll kind of turn the ring in his two fingers, looking at the kind of prismatic shifting within it.
Ruby glints like a bonfire in the candlelight.
He'll place the ring back in the bag, tie it up, and pick it up and say, "I would like to thank the house for this gracious offer, and as I mentioned to these gentlemen, I will be paying for their drinks."
Very good, sir. Very kind of you and very generous.
Of course.
Yeah. If you wish to buy a round of drinks for the whole gambling house, that'll be a total of 5 gold.
I will do so. And so I believe the total pot came out to.
You got a ring, a necklace, and deducting the drink total, 995 gold.
995 gold. Alright, going to add that to this real quick. Also list these down. And as he's looking over his newly won bounties, I suppose, he's also going to have a look at that necklace. You know, as he and the rest of the gambling house are celebrating.
Okay. Picking up the necklace, the coral stone is a little more opaque than the ruby is. It's also a deep shade of red, but it's opaque. Almost, it reminds you of like the lacquered nail of a noble woman. And it reflects the candlelight in its own way, shining with luster. As for what the thing itself actually does, hard to tell.
Yeah, he'll mutter to himself, probably beneath like the festivities. He'll mutter to himself. Definitely gonna ask either Chico or Hola what this does. Probably Hola, to be honest. I bet this would be up his alley.
Okay. And I believe, after enjoying a couple of drinks, would Flick excuse himself, or would he spend the rest of the night there?
I mean, he'd probably have like a couple more, but then excuse himself.
All right. You return to the inn, where I believe, after a bit of partying and a bit of shoulder rubbing and many happy drunk faces of the gambling freakers, you're pretty sure that there's probably was a decent amount of money that the house recouped at least a chunk of the money that it lost gambling off to you from the patrons that decided to try their own luck after a couple drinks. Such is the way. Such is the price.
Yeah.
Such is the price for a vice. So yes, you eventually return, where everybody has now reconvened. Chaiko is currently deep into, or otherwise finishing up with scribing or copying scrolls into her spell book. It is now evening, I will say. Kari and Vair have a letter clutched in hand. Siren is fresh returned from giving counsel to increasingly more disheveled and drunken and broken people within the city of Rubido. Holo Holo is Vark has new promise of records of his teacher on the horizon, and Flick now replete with with new money and a ring and some sort of necklace.
And several drinks in the system.
A few beers in the system, or
Yeah.
a few ales. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're once more reconvened at the inn. So Mitra's gone off to where she's staying, and Maria is in the room next door. I now hand things over to you guys.
Very good, you've all returned. I trust that your adventures were, well, successful. Looks to Flick, and replete with riches.
Oh, yes, yeah. Got some riches, all right. Local gambling house was having a little event, so I decided to stop by and give them a little run for the monies. Got myself this bag of gold here, and he places the bag of gold, the little velveteen bag of gold, up on the table. And he also pulls out the ring necklace and says, "They also gave me a couple of these because it turns out I was hitting a little bit above their weight, and well, it turns out they couldn't quite handle the amount of money I was betting."
At this point, Chaiko will close her book and she'll close her book and look at Flick. Do you know what those things even do?
Nope, that's why I was going to ask you or Holo or somebody here to look him over.
I'm pretty good at identifying.
Either one of us will do.
Also, I would show you what I got today, but last time I did that, I freaked a lot of people out.
Oh, come on. It shouldn't be that bad.
Please don't tell me you got another necromantic staff.
No, I really should not. I think we'd be kicked out of this room if I did it here.
What did you get? Tell me now.
Did you get a blessing from the sea gods?
I got a whistle made for hexing people, and it sounds like someone screaming to death whenever I blow it into it.
Oh, that. Okay. I thought you got something. Okay, you got a whistle. It's fine.
I see.
How much did that cost you? Hello?
Well, I was able to get a nice discount by off the person selling it to me a few ideas.
Ideas?
I take
Yep.
Holo Holo just not remembering exactly how much you spent on it. It's just Holo Holo being money.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of what I was figuring too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'm hopeful that you tested the whistle before you gave this man your money.
Why do you think I know I freaked everyone out? Or how do you think I know that?
He's got a point, you know.
I mean...
The door opens, and Maria comes striding in and says, As a matter of fact, I got reports of a panic in the main square of the city as a result of apparently the sound of someone being stabbed to death. And the door clicks shut behind her.
Yeah, that was me.
I know.
You stabbed someone to death?
I didn't
Wait, was
say-
that why there was a couple of people running through the Rose District when I was there?
Assume
Yeah.
so. It's a bit of a panic, Hollow. I would be a bit more careful about that next time.
You didn't warn me that it'd be that loud.
Well, more importantly, I wasn't speaking if it was loud. I meant that if it could hex people.
I don't know. Would you like me to
No.
test it out on you?
It certainly hexed the couple of gentlemen that were running through the district shouting "Murder, murder!" with bad memories.
We'll get to that later, yes, but later.
Let's keep things to inside volume.
Very good. I have received correspondence from our dear friend Stanislav. Let me tell you, the post offices here, or the sending offices, they're a dungeon in of themselves.
Maria gives you an odd look.
But I digress. He has gotten back to me on my many questions. I believe I haven't actually opened this letter yet. I figured it would be best for you all to be gathered.
Okay. All right. Anything anybody else needs to bring up in the meantime before we get to that? Anything not as earth-shatteringly important?
Well, you know those rumors about that crime family that was on the rise recently.
Heard something, yeah.
Happened to put a name to the, I guess, lack of a face for them. Some called the Desperados.
Original.
Yeah. Apparently they're going around to a lot of the smaller crime families and gangs, and basically roughing up to convince them to join them.
I think their name is quite unique.
I like it.
I think.
It's reminiscent of the devil.
I think that's exactly the point. I think that was meant for us. To let us know that she's starting to put her feelers out. And that she's here. And that she's not wasting time. Because nobody else here in the city would be able to make the connection, would they?
No, not really.
More than likely.
Maria.
It's also a bit of a tongue-in-cheek kind of play on her being the Madam of the Desperate. I guess. Karya, you were saying?
How stable is the government of this nation? You know it far better than I would, at least by being in close proximity. Is it one of those situations where the gangs run the government?
No. I would not say so. The government here is actually quite stable. If for no other reason than the fact that they have, led by hook and crook and might, their position as the foremost military power within the Quadranon has cemented them as being very powerful, very well respected, and very feared. And even the government has the Institute in their pocket. They have many resources. They have veteran soldiers. They have powerful archmages, all of whom, or at the very least quite a few of whom, have no patience or time for organized crime. The government does not run... the gangs do not run the government. It is only, I think, because the government is too focused on dealing with Aerodyne, keeping them at bay, that they do not put their attention inwards and direct their current substantial military might towards ripping the gangs out by the roots. Something that up until now, the gangs have been very happy to keep up and avoid any sort of government attention.
I don't know how long that will keep up, though, with this new woman in charge.
Well,
I have some concerns about that, but that's not something that we can
as do I, given
before.
she's a devil. She has means available to her that the other gangs do not, and she doesn't have the same stakes in. If she were to fail and to be executed, she would simply return home. So I don't know if she'll try and take over the government. I don't know if she'll try and worm her way into the higher facets of society, or if she'll be happy just running the Undercity. What I do know is that up until now, no gang has had the chutzpah to try and really have a go at the upper levels of the government for fear of them turning around and saying, right, we've left you all alone for long enough. Time to actually put our nose to the grindstone with this. The government, in the meantime, wants to avoid doing that for as long as physically possible, preferably until Aerodyne is no longer an issue, for fear of stretching themselves too thin. It's a bit of a mutually assured destruction, though not really destruction so much as if the border is left unguarded and Aerodyne sweeps in, nobody's going to be left. So it's actually within the gang's best interest that the country keeps running at least well enough that the Crusaders are kept at bay. The devil, on the other hand, has no such compunctions.
I mean, given how persuasive she's been with the gangs, it's only a matter of time before she is a, considerable threat.
Would not
even
be
if she's in the shadows.
If sometime in the next year she holds some, at least if not a monopoly, a chokehold on organized crime within the city.
Yes, that wouldn't much surprise me either.
She'll be as much a captain of Hobo as much as those two blokes in the docks are.
Don't even remind me. Fucking Barafucius is in port. It's never a good sign.
And the other fellow too, the
Asymmetric
Brightbeard fellow, yeah.
Another headache. I'm just glad that they barely ever dock at Lorbus. Apparently they don't like the amount of inspections we do in the port there. It's invasive, they say. Only the law is what I say. Anyway. Yeah. Sorry. In correspondence, you have a bag?
Yeah, bag of gold. And these two things. And he holds up the ring and necklace.
You want me to look at it?
Oh.
You want me to look at it for you?
Do you actually know what those do yet?
First let's listen to that letter, and then we'll get to the magic guide and deciphering.
Fair. Maria pulls up a chair and sits.
Okay, let's see what they have to say.
Popping the letter open, kind of like tearing the flap a little bit as you try to undo the wax seal, then just pull the wax seal, ripping the outside of the letter. Tukaria and Company. I'm glad to hear from you, given it has been quite a while since we last touched base. Glad to hear that despite everything, you all are in relatively good health. Things up here in Mordon have been... say that they have been running smoothly would be misconstruing things. Progress in the north has been not at a preferable rate. Mining has been slow. The wildlife is very uncooperative, even with the shift in weather. Progressing up north has been a challenge. I investigated your reports of a apparent attack on a nearby village. As it turns out, there has been apparently there has been a hint of a new threat in the area. A bandit warlord of some sort has declared himself as being in power in the area and has begun attempting to extort the nearby villages. I currently do not have much in the way of military or mercenary power to throw at it at the time. We will see. I will see about gathering together any capable hands that I can to intercept the threat while possible. As I've heard a message from Strasbourg, they are already stretched quite thin, just defending themselves and keeping the city safe. The new influx of travelers and settlers, as well as skilled individuals to help expand the town, has been a great boon. The land is now arable, which means they're able to produce more food. City, Strasbourg itself, at the very least, has become relatively self-sustaining, if not necessarily thriving just yet. Letter continues. You'll be pleased to know that the troglodytes have settled in quite well, and I've even heard that the smell has started to dissipate somewhat. The natives of Strasbourg have begun to learn to cooperate with them to a limited degree, and the town itself is developing slowly but surely. The forge has been expanded. There is now an extended mess hall, as well as a conference hall for town meetings. Town hall, I should say. Overall, the town is doing well. But it could be doing better. If things continue as they are, targets will likely not be met. And I will run out of funding. On top of this, if this warlord continues to disrupt trade routes and even threaten the nearby villages, which could potentially be valuable trade partners with Strasbourg, as we don't simply hope to create a settlement, but a working civilization up north, that could have a undesirable effect on the future outcome of our expansion into the north. If possible, I would like it if you and your cohort could come back up here, could return here at some point in the future to hopefully stabilize the situation. I cannot overstate how much, how appreciated it is to have capable help on hand. I forget. Was there any other inquiry you made with Stanislav?
If my memory serves, it was to warn of the attacks that were coming to the village.
Mm-hmm.
It was not of Strasbourg, but of the neighboring village.
Mm-hmm.
It was to send correspondence over to them. Basically, if they could stretch, but clearly they can't stretch themselves any thinner than they already are. And the final one was if there was any new word up north as to the White God incident that had gone down. If there had been any news.
Additionally, on your inquiry of the matter of these white gods, unfortunately we have not heard, I should say, I do not know if it is fortunate or unfortunate that we have not heard any further report of anything to deal with this. We have seen no further evidence of any more troglodytes in the area that might know further, nor any other signs of intelligent life as the people of Strasbourg push north. And as such, an eye has been kept out for further evidence, the strange rune carvings, the standing stones, but until now, no further evidence has been ascertained. I look forward to your hopeful eventual return. Kind regards, Baron Stanislav von Vostroyev.
I will have been reading this out to the to the party. I would have been reading this out loud, rather.
Something I would like.
Yeah, go check out.
Something I would like to ask real quick to the DM. I doubt it, but out of curiosity, since I've never put in a formal letter yet. Remember way back when I asked Stanislav to help look for some things about me?
Yes.
I doubt it, but would anything be with about that in there? I highly doubt it. Because realist.
All right.
Because I go.
Perception check, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me.
Is there some hidden writing in this letter?
The reason I ask is because, technically speaking, Trico has never sent any form of letter out, and I don't know. I think it would make decent sense.
You did discuss it in passing with him.
I did discuss it, yes. I would say though, if I was someone and someone asked me if I know two people are in decent close approximation to each other, I'd say, hey, by the way, if you see this person, can you tell them this?
They're fucked.
I'd say I would. I don't know if Stanislav would, because technically yada do, but
Mhm.
Skibbity.
There is in the envelope, which is half torn open, a small folded note. On it, in block script, is penned with dark ink, is to Chaiko.
look at that. I will something into existence.
Manifesting.
Manifest destiny.
Oh my god,
It's a different thing.
manifesting.
Never say that again in my presence. Thank you. Anyway.
Anyway, yes. In
to
there
use
is a
my
little
manifestation.
folded note. It's folded into a small square. It's tucked away into the corner of the envelope.
Well, look at this. Lifting it up, they'll just kind of throw it over towards Chaiko. Something for you.
Well, there you have it, Chaco.
I was
No.
meaning to send him a letter.
There's
Seems
a
you got
question
to
I
me
need to ask you.
first.
Would you like me to read it out loud, or would you like me to send it to you by DM?
Let me out loud. Why not?
Okay.
The news has been aired.
Okay.
Everyone knows my metaphorical dirty laundry in this situation.
Black Hand, we know.
We know.
You want to fold the small note, and it really is quite small. It's a small square of paper with a little bit of penmanship on it. It says,
I'm expecting something along the lines of, "Ain't got
You're-
done much yet."
You're-
to Chaiko, we are making inquiries. Nothing ascertained as of yet.
Yeah, sounds about right.
There have been people making inquiries about a woman matching your description. Take care.
Zooms into the
Signed, SVV.
camera, zooms in on Chaiko's face, Michelin style.
Are we going back to the funny snow place now?
I mean, I guess. I don't know what else to do. Also, damn, this is wow.
What?
The people are looking for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had several people ask me, it's like, are they ever going to go to the Titan's Arms? Like, maybe. It's right there.
Maybe.
It's right there. You could take a boat if you want to.
You really could.
Oh, actually, you know what? Quest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly. The professor that said he was gonna investigate the whole empty space where there used to be a village.
Yes.
Did he say that he would find me personally or send like his findings to me via
He
mail?
said he would send back a report, which you could
Yeah.
pick up if you're going back through. And depending on how long you're kind of spent going back and forth, he might also be back there by the time you return.
Mm-hmm. But he said he would send the report back. Where was
Just-
it exactly?
Back to what do you call it? To the we call it the magical university where he works.
Oh yes. Which
Yes.
is in Rosina,
No, it is in Lorbis.
Lorbis,
Yes.
which is also where the king is.
Yes.
Yeah. So we could stop by there to check that and also check in with the king about everything else that happened since we left there with the crime syndicate and all that.
Well, we
And,
have to go back there anyways.
Naturally.
Yes, and after that, I suppose we could look into going back north. Where Stanislav is, where the village was left. I recall them needing help, although I don't know if we'll get there in time to
Well,
aid them.
we may not be able to aid them in their current struggle with dealing with these raids, but we may be able to help them for the further bit of this bandit lord who's contesting my territory. Regardless of personal bias,
Is the kingly nature in you coming out?
Perhaps a bit. But if for nothing else, Stanislav pays well and he's not done wrong by us. And it would be good to get back north. It's been quite some time, but aside from that, Tycho, I feel the need that I must ask you.
What?
Well, it appears as though people are asking of you. Not to be brash, but how long do you intend to keep running from this?
She'll start tapping the table that she's at. You see, that's the thing. She's very much. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Voice and video. I'm doing this for the bit.
I'm doing this for
Yeah, here we go. Okay. Well, damn it, it's not picking up all the way. Anyways, she's typing a lot.
Huh.
I've been trying to leave traces of myself to get something to get people to latch onto, because I don't know where to look. And maybe people don't know, maybe the people after me don't know where to look either. Things the heavens above. That means that keeps like it. I won't get any answers. So
Thus my question.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been slipping up I've been very more brazen about who I am. Letting my name get out there. Doing things I normally wouldn't do out in public. My constant switching back and forth. Pop. Just Pop's transformed into Kitsune. I see.
You've been trying to hide your name?
Before and during early times with all of you, yes, but not so much nowadays.
Then you've done a bad job at it.
That
Chai
aside,
and Aiko? Really?
Chai and Aiko, indeed. I may be daft in some instances, but that we can get to the side. We can get to the focus of that later.
I can help you be a little bit more creative.
But before we get on Chaiko's creativity, or rather lack thereof, I ask.
Who's to say that wasn't just for you guys? Anyways.
Have you tried putting a box over your head?
Oh, the loves of the gods. Before we get too off track, I only bring this up because if we are to set off back to the north, we are going to be even farther away from your inquiries. I trust that they can hold out long enough for us to take a trip to the Titan Zone. If you're willing. I don't know about the rest of you, but I am. Perhaps it'll give me some moment to gain some more strength before we step on back.
I don't know if it's just me. Well, I don't know if it's just me riding on the high of winning all this money and stuff, but you know, I feel like beating up a bandit lord. Why not?
Wait.
What I wish to offer you is this. This is my idea, and of course, please, all of the voices in the room, please speak if I'm to make a misplay. We head back to Lorbus, inform the king what the goings on are here, inform him what we have found. We leave Maria there, lest she wish to travel and accompany us back to the north, which frankly I doubt.
Shakes her head and says, "No, I have my obligation to the king."
Exactly. We take a boat to the Titan's Arm. We sail. We find some information, see where it goes. Perhaps we can get you some answers, rather than delving into old books. But if you're not ready, then we head to the north, stamp out this bandit lord, reestablish ourselves there, and perhaps I get a little bit more adamantine. But that's just a personal thing. More importantly, we help Stanislav. We maintain our connections. We get a nice pocket full of gold. And moreover, we protect the people whom we promised to protect at another day.
I think we should go back up north, but I'm just a happy fisherman. I kind of go wherever you guys go.
Well, if we're staying to the Titans, obviously I could lend a hand with that.
But I think we should go to... Oh, sorry, God. No, wait, I already said that. Never mind, I'm done.
Oh, I will also go where everyone else goes. I'm here to help you all. You need a healer?
More tapping.
Also, if it's
Let
the
me-
time, it should be more Tycho's say than our say.
Mm-hmm. Up to you, Draco. And
This isn't
also
why I leave
besides,
the decision to you.
I promise to teach you how to brew tea.
We'll get to that.
The decision is yours. If you don't wish to, I intend to go back north. If you would all like to accompany me, then that is fine. If not, well, then I will go on my own. But Chaiko, if you would wish to go to the Titan's Arm, if you are ready, then we can. Or we head back. We head north,
Let
gain more
me
information. Stanislav and
say this. If I go back to the Titan's Arm, I am going to find out, no matter what it takes. I will warn you, if we do go there, in desperation, I might do things that will be very unbecoming of me out of desperation.
Like, have
I
you
want-
done things in your past that the Titans Arm's not very happy about?
aside from everything else you've already told us.
Well,
I'll say it.
apparently she hasn't, because they're framing her.
Have you not heard my story? If need to, at this point, I've aired it enough. It's been aired. I'll say it more.
No, we have.
Yeah, I forget. Has Flick been in the room when Chaiko was like
Yes, you were there.
I think
Oh,
Jake
okay.
just keeps forgetting her story.
Maybe.
amidst
I
all the
remember.
like moving parts that are going on? Yeah, it tends to
Yeah,
get
no,
kind of.
you're fine. You're fine.
I mean, actually, that being said, I do remember bits and pieces, and Flick would obviously remember what you've said. So yeah, no need to
Well-
repeat yourself.
Long story short, out of character. Chaiko is technically wanted for potentially. She's wanted, potentially for various reasons. Most likely framed.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
yeah. The only reason I ask is just because knowing you, I guess just out of curiosity.
Wait, what?
No. I guess it's more out of curiosity than anything, but the thing about curiosity and cats.
Curiosity killed them.
If you weren't part of my friend group, you'd find the other. You'd very much be on the other end of that saying.
Well, the question I then ask you, Chaiko, is are you confident enough in your own strength that should you step into something that may give you hell and high water, that you can swim out of it? For lack of a better term, I know that swimming is not your strong suit.
Holo's gonna immediately start like shaking his head back and forth upon hearing swimming. Just no, no.
I cast a zap on both of you.
I didn't even do anything.
Oh, sorry, Jolt. Sorry.
There you go. One
Ow.
electric damage. Beep beep.
Oh.
Regardless, if you are really getting framed for these things, well, Don't worry, we'll have you back.
I always wanted to
So-
test my poisons.
And then she'll say this. Even if I can't do it myself, I happen to know a very dangerous, idiotic, and headstrong people around me. If I can't do it myself, I'm more than willing to ask for help at this point.
If you're not ready to go, then we don't have to yet. We can head straight north and then go, but at some point, you're going to need to return home, Chaiko.
Say the word.
We could go back when we have more information regarding your situation. It could be too early. Or not. We can't quite tell right now.
I mean, you read the letter. They're making inquiries about you. Might want to lay low for a little bit.
Or I could make myself stand out more to get more noise going. It's dangerous, but it's...
That's true. We do need to know who exactly, what organization is after you. They might be the ones who orchestrated the initial event that led to your framing. But at this point, we don't know who they are.
What? Plus, what? Imagine this. Someone who's disappeared for, what was it, 2 years now? Suddenly comes back. Surely would cause some issues, no? Surely would cause some noise.
Depends on the
You
culture,
are-
but
You are
Well,
technically a loose end.
If all things considered, we needed to perhaps get your name more out there. If we slay a bandit king in the north and we ask Stanislav to spread news of our victory, well, it would get some eyes on you and would perhaps allow him to find who's asking.
propaganda.
Speaking of propaganda,
Oh no.
Maria is the one who speaks up. Speaking of propaganda, I spoke about it before, about the possibility of there being a group of people manipulating this information. I think you may be correct. Going back might be too soon. If these people have any sort of sway within the Titan's arm, at the very least the area you're looking to go snoop around, and they find out that Chaiko is there, and she sounds like more than just a loose end. She's a key point. She's their scapegoat. Then if you were to go back, you would find yourselves immediately being a target. With no backing and nobody to help you get you out of a bad situation.
I agree.
And the Bandit Lord sounds like more of a time-sensitive matter.
Indeed.
I know that you want to get your father back. Whatever his condition might be. But it does sound to me like this may be too soon. I think you need to arm yourself with magic, weapons, allies, information. Because you may be stepping back into a pit of vipers.
Thank you for bringing up vipers. Now while I'm in Mordon, I can potentially look up books of wildlife in Titan's Arm and the whole other styles.
Thank you.
Well,
Hollow. Very
yeah.
thoughtful.
I agree with I agree with you there. Laying low for a little bit and maybe not testing the waters so soon would probably be the best bet.
You have that tactic of putting out swords with your name on them. That, at the very least, sparking some paranoia that you're out there, you're alive, and that you're not afraid to put your name out might shake their confidence a little bit, might shake loose some information. But I don't think you should go showing your face just yet.
This entire time she's been silent and just... This entire time she's been silent, just tapping the table with her hands.
If I may, as an idea, we could put out, say, wanted posters with your likeness on them.
No.
And say, if you've seen this person send us a letter to, and then we give them a place to send the letter to, and check back in. Maybe we could make contact with the people that are looking for you.
That sounds a little silly, don't you think? At least the wanted poster part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, if they're making inquiries,
If
would wanted posters not simply be something more for bounty hunters and not necessarily for them?
Well,
If-
perhaps we word
let
them
me-
differently then.
if we put out a wanted poster with my face on it, yes, that'll get my name out there, but it'll also cause random people to start targeting me.
Yes, that's
Yes,
not
that's
necessarily a good plan.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
didn't
don't
realize
want.
that after I already said the sentence. Sorry.
I don't want to be chased down by just random people.
Yeah, don't want you getting singled out in the witch hunt forming ranges.
The longer
I
people
only
don't
have
have
enough
a face
masks.
the longer people don't have a face to put to a name, the better. So, sounds like at the very least you guys have some idea of a direction to go in the future. Just what I was kind of waiting for. And I stand by what I said. When we get back, I'm gonna ask a few questions of the king, see if he can't help out with the situation. We have a network, and we can use it. Maybe we can find out who's been asking around about you.
And can you please help me get access to that forge? I need the swords. I haven't even been able to touch to make a sword in a while now. To make anything in a while now.
I'm sure we can sort something out. Future be bountiful. Yes. Maria does says, yeah. I'm pretty sure we can get something sorted out when we get back.
She'll, at this point, Jackal will reach down into one of her bags, into her handy haversack, reach around and pull out a mask, put it on. Okay, that was uncharacteristic of me. So,
It is always very uncanny when you do that.
I'm very sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna turn in for the night. You guys take care. It's nice to know we have, I assume this means we're leaving tomorrow then.
I see no reason to stay any further.
Yes.
Okay then.
Oh, don't forget when you set off to tell Mitra.
Oh, yes, Varg, it would be a shame if your consort was left hanging.
Wait, you guys are a thing?
It's the first I've heard of this.
Wait,
It's
who and
the first
who?
I've heard of this too.
Wait, who and who?
Oh no, I'm cutting out. I didn't hear any of that. What happened?
There was,
Again, who and who?
Vark and Mitra.
Okay. I was
Hmm.
gonna say, wait a minute, hold on. What developed? What developed in the span of a
Vark,
day?
you sly dog.
Am I invited to the wedding?
Perhaps I have made a grave misunderstanding, but anyways.
How's Vark reacting to all this?
Staring impassively as always. That is news to me as well.
Oh, well, there you have it then.
I don't know if I mean to take that as obliviousness or as simply Karya stepping beyond his remit. Still?
Yes.
Something to
It's
keep in
Karya
mind.
being
Yes.
Karya being an idiot. Ignore him.
Something to keep in mind
Like,
is what the king said before we left. According to him, you guys all owe him a favor for this. So I don't expect he's going to make any great ask of all of you, but he might beg a favor off of you before you all leave once more.
Yes, that topic did come up originally.
I don't
Well,
expect.
I'm sure he would understand if we lay it until we can return.
Perhaps.
There's a pressing matter in the north.
I doubt it would be anything that would delay you greatly. He doesn't typically actually make it anything of great substance. He likes to make sure that debts are settled as soon as possible, so that nothing is outstanding, even if it is instead something like a silly 1-hour errand. So don't expect it to be something that will delay you greatly. Anyway, I'll see you all in the morning. You try to get some sleep. And Maria, close the door behind her.
Flick just mutters under his breath after she's left. Of course, Kari would have love in the brain.
At this point, while Chaco's still in her state, Flick, give me those rings. Give me the ring and whatever it was.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna offer
Bring
to
it.
do that.
Either one of you can do it. And I'll slide the ring and necklace forward.
Okay. Whoever wants to can give me a spellcraft check.
Oh shit, who left?
That'll be June.
That'd be
Oh
June.
my-
Yeah, it looks like June disconnected.
Oh god.
Oh, she's gonna restart, is what she said.
Oh, okay.
Apparently she was dropping out now and again.
That's fair. Alright, Sam, I am. Do you want to be the one to roll and I help, or do you want to help and I roll?
I would like to do the main rolls.
Rolls one.
Honestly, specifically because of this. Something arcane point.
Oh yeah. My bonus flat, I think, is just gonna give you the free +2 as well. Yeah, I have an 18.
Alright. Spellcraft 1. 30, and then you want one. Is that for both or for one?
That's just for one. So.
And then
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
So
back to
two
back
32s.
30s.
Excellent. I've been waiting for this.
no 37s.
Ah,
That's +5.
right. Yes, you didn't factor in the +5. Okay. Ha! Which one would you like to apply that to, Grim?
God, I'm gonna hurt Grim.
Oh lord.
He spent his points on something.
Is he woeing roll?
He's woeing
take
the
it?
roll, yes.
Oh lord.
Why me?
Be like me, have a gambling addiction.
Oh, and Ari has woed as well, so that's on both. Okay, re-roll both of them.
That's evil.
Oh, I
I'm
hate
done.
that.
I'm walking away from the table.
Fickle god that is chat.
All right, you know what? Fine.
Re-roll them both.
We rolled them both. Yeah, you still get +2 both from both my
Yes,
okay.
he still gets the. That's instead a 26. Oh, sorry, a 31 and a 25. Or 27.
Yeah,
30
27.
33 and a 20. 33 and a 27.
So good.
That one. Yeah,
Fuck you
unfortunately,
both.
sorry, Ari. Honestly, I find it very fortunate that they decided to do this for the role that's like no real consequence and you have ridiculous modifiers too.
It still hurts my feelings.
It's targeted abuse.
It really is.
So, the ring, as it turns out, is something that you identify to be a ring of fortune. Specifically,
Oh, that's fine.
while equipped, for one thing, it makes it so that coin tosses generally tend to come out in your favor. But as a mechanic side, it gives a +2 luck bonus on reflex saving throws.
Hey.
I'm just writing these down in my inventory just so we can have them. What is it? +2 to what?
Ring
A
of
+2 to
fortune.
reflex saving throws.
Maybe.
Oh.
You're also, with that roll, able to ascertain that wearing it as a ring is not even necessary. It just makes it so that it's harder to lose it. The magic is on the stone, not the ring itself. So as long as the ring is within your possession, you get that +2 luck bonus.
Alrighty. There's a Ring of Fortune. I just have it in my inventory just to have it there. It's yours. It's yours, but I mean...
Yes.
And the necklace, you identify as being something etched in the back of it, in the silver. It's sterling silver inset with coral stone. Is looping old common that says, it translates loosely to the gambler's garrote. That
Oh.
it's something you wear around your neck, and it has illusion and transmutation magic to it. Specifically, this allows you. It functions like a. Okay, first part is it functions like a less versatile hat of disguise, in that it allows you to transform into various human guises. Only humans. The second part is that it allows you to manipulate any die rolled within 10 feet of you to 3 times per day as a free action.
Oh.
This allows you to alter the result of the die by 1 in any direction. So if someone rolls a d6, it would come up 3. You can make it a 2 or a 4. Do this up to 3 times per day. Lastly, any enchantment compulsion spell cast by the wearer has a +1 to the DC.
Oh.
Any what?
Enchantment
compulsion spell specifically.
Now, I have to ask, as the power gamer in me, I suppose, rears his head. Does that bonus, that manipulation thing, apply to dice rolls that you actually do in games? So if you roll a dice, like your character rolls a dice?
As an
Or is
actual
it just
dice
any dice
rolled
roll?
by characters.
Okay. Because otherwise, my next question would have been, what if my friend over here rolls a natural 19 on an attack? Can I make that a nat 20?
No manipulating the metaphysical dice.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a
Actual
gambler's
in-character
necklace,
dice.
not a
Yeah.
fate changing
Alright.
necklace.
That's fair.
All right.
Gambling necklace.
And what was it? Any enchantment compulsion gets a +1 to the save, or
The DC.
to save to DC.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
harder to resist.
So there's the subcategory of enchantment spells, the compulsion spells. Those specifically get the +1 to the DC.
What's it called again?
It's called the Gambler's Garrote.
Gambler's Garrote.
Gambler's Garrote.
The name, comes from the fact that as your luck begins to run out while you're gambling, it feels like a noose is slowly tightening around your neck. And you get that sensation wearing this necklace when you start using up all the charges. When it runs out of charges, you get the feeling of the necklace having tightened around your neck as the noose starts to slip.
Right.
For a lot of gamblers, they love that rush. Some people find that very unsettling. Typically, the people who don't have a gambling addiction.
Good thing I don't have one. Yet.
Anyways, at any point, if you want to know what those items do, and Remy isn't here to tell you, I have them in my inventory marked.
Cool.
By the time we're done with this, my inventory, my gear slots, on my character sheet in the gear thing is going to have so many random ass magical items.
Okay, so I did hear the necklace bit, but I did cut out for the ring. What was that, real quick?
You get a +2 to reflex saving throws, and odds of flipping coins are in your favor. You don't even need to wear the ring, actually.
That's actually quite nice.
Yeah. You have a shiny new ring and a shiny new necklace.
Shiny.
There you go.
Actually,
There you go.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah. Whoever has the info on them, just send it over to me whenever. And I'll just
Oh.
write
Sounds
them
like,
down.
sounds like Sam has that.
Excellent.
I kind of just write my things willy nilly, like, so you can just copy and paste these, really.
Naturally. Yeah, no problem.
That's the funny ring, and here's what I put for the Gambler's Garrot. Copy and paste.
Sam, I am. I am Sam. Green eggs and ham.
Okay.
Sorry.
Assuming there isn't I'm ignoring that, by the way. Assuming there isn't a limit to how many items I can have in my inventory, my gear packs, whatever. This is going to continue to fill up with random items we have in our inventory inventory as a whole. So that's my inventory. More. Hey, what magical items can I put down in here?
Excellent.
You do have a limit on the amount of things you can equip. There are slots.
Wait. Well, yeah. But I mean more along the lines of, can you look at my character sheet? And go to the additional tab. That's what I mean by I have just a bunch of.
Also, when we're heading back up north, I still have the Wanderlust map. So if we're going somewhere we haven't been before, I can still bring the map with us.
Yeah, you can monetize it.
Heading back up north,
Yeah.
then yeah, we're most likely going to.
Yeah, precisely. It'll be a great time to use the map.
Yeah.
You haven't been able to get much use out of it because this place is well mapped. But if you're going to literally uncharted areas, then yeah, that's going to profit you as well as benefit you greatly in being able to navigate.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, because I believe there's still the fellow who gave me the map, who's paying, from what I recall, good money for information collected through it.
Yes, indeed.
Precisely.
But do you see my fucking inventory thing?
Yes, I do. You might benefit from organizing it a little bit, or maybe like collating some items in like certain slots. Like what I do sometimes, if I have an overflow of items, is I'll have like a backpack in one of my inventory slots, and then I'll take a bunch of like the various items like mess kits and spoons and stuff, and just pack that in the description and then hide it away.
Are they talking spoons?
That's fair. No, unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
I
not yet.
wish.
Go to trinkets for that. But yes. Spoons. Yeah. The only person whose story at the moment is a loose end is Mallory, who is suspiciously absent. So yeah.
Oh boy.
Next session, I believe, we will pick up with the party leaving Rubido, finally.
Indeed.
Rubido Rubato.
Yes,
the
on
road
our
again.
journey back up north.
Road again. Yeah, I got some fun stuff lined up in the future. There's also some interesting things set forth. I shan't spoil too much, but
Oh boy.
things will start to get moving again. We've had a few sessions now that have been very roleplay heavy. We'll finally start to have some momentum begin building up. It's the first time in a while that a great deal of points were spent today on this session. Things that were ultimately of not great consequence, but still of great entertainment.
Yay!
Hooray!
And as Grim says, that was not targeted on the player, that was targeted on the situation. Sure thing, Grim.
Yeah. I've seen some of the things you said about me, Grim. You have my eye on you.
You should see the things he sends me in DMs. Make some of the stuff he supposes in stream chat look like genuinely gentle.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's just fucking bad mouthing us and shit. Like
No bad mouthing. More like crackpot theories and really. Let's just say it's a good thing Grim is not kept on like any sort of weapon manufacturer's think tank.
How crackpot are we talking, by
Very
the way?
Extremely
So
crackpot.
he does what I do, but with more crack in it.
He does what you do, only
God damn it, Julie.
Honestly, he has more knowledge in.
that's the thing. He has the breadth of knowledge in RPGs to help back it up, as well as just so much time spent bouncing off of similarly people with similarly awful ideas. Yeah, he comes up with some truly horrifying ideas that just would forget the Geneva suggestions. Just like they're not even suggestions at that point. They're just Geneva road bumps.
That is
Don't
fair.
worry. I'll be there one day.
One day comes with
Someday.
practice. Grim says y'all are cool. That's part of the reason why he keeps the worst stuff out of the chat. Yes, checklist. All right, checklist. Anyway, we're just not allowed to do those things live in game. Yeah, no. Generally speaking, those things tend to be nixed before they can really put into effect, because they would make running a game significantly more difficult. I still remember having to, in Shadowrun, actually research how much a 1-ton plastic container of grain alcohol goes for.
Jeez.
What that grain alcohol was used for, I'll leave to your imagination. I'll just say there's a type of fairy that can be bribed with booze.
Yes.
I thought it had something to do with explosives. But,
oh no,
yes, but fair.
Yimf was playing the explosives expert, who was actually like a fairly competent and reasonable individual, just had very bad spending habits, and showed up one day with his ill-gotten gains from a Shadowrun job. With he had a disadvantage that compelled him to, if he rolled bad on a willpower check at the end of a run, anytime he earned money, basically, to spend at minimum, I think, half of it, if not like most of it, because of the severity of the disadvantage. And he was compelled to spend most of the money he made every time he made it. So he had no idea what to spend it on. So what he did is he purchased a submarine, a one-man submarine, retrofitted it with tank treads and attached a cannon to it, and then wheeled that up into their driveway of their secret hideout.
That sounds like a more tame version of what I was going to do in Shadowrun.
Oh no, they had their super tricked out armored van, which funnily enough was being driven by Ari's character.
Beautiful.
She was like ex special for not special forces so much as ex like special deployment SWAT. Only more brutal. She had the super duper armored van that would like run shit over and turn it to pink paste. Yimf's character felt the compulsion to spend all of his money on just the most frivolous shit, and so spent hours tinkering with what was supposed to be a mini one-person sub and turning it into a amphibious tank.
Pretty based.
Good times.
Warcry.
Oh yeah, and Ari's character was a giant. She was 11 feet tall. Squish people with a massive bulletproof shield. Yeah, good times. Anyway, before I waffle on about that, because I will go on for fucking ever about Shadowrun. Thank you guys very much for playing. It was good to get a proper session with minimal audio issues.
Indeed.
Laser puppy. I don't know that. Anyway.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yes. Thank goodness. And tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have an uninterrupted session of Genesis.
Indeed.
Yes.
I very much enjoyed last session. Hopefully we can keep the good times rolling. Yeah.
Indeed.
I'm gonna go ahead and phase this out.
And this was lovely. Thank you, West, as always.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for playing. And
Thank you.
Thank you, Ari and Grim, for watching. For all those present. Take care. And